claims in 1 hour, all 7 of which were false. They didn't win the war with these lies, and they certainly not get anywhere in negotiations either. With the continuation of the blockade, the Strait of Hormuz will not remain open. Passage through the strait will be conducted based on the designated route and with Iranian authorization. Whether the strait is open or closed and the regulations governing it will be determined by the field, not by social media. Abbas Aslani is the Senior Research Fellow at the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies. He's joining us from Tehran. So right now, the public diplomacy that we're seeing between Donald Trump and the Iranians is all focused on the status of the Strait of Hormuz. It seems to be quite clear. Iran says it is open if you take the designated route and that you get IRGC.
Let's see, I think I was in classic mode still.
But it isn't open because the US is blockading it, effectively is stopping Iranian vessels from leaving it. So what is the Iranian position on
I
the
still don't feel confident enough to do sick mode. Not after how the first game went.
The strait is open based on specific conditions.
I didn't even make my own character.
It seems that the US president wants to exit the situation as soon as possible. But what is important that he wants to somehow to be seen as emerging victorious. So that's why just referring to a part of Iranian foreign minister's tweet, he tried to say that the strait is very wide open. But the point is that Iran is saying that the naval blockade against the country is the violation of the terms of the recently established ceasefire between the two countries. And this can provoke even a military reaction from the Iranian side. But in the meantime, we are approaching to the deadline of the ceasefire, which might be expiring in a few days, and that can be also another issue which needs to be taken into account in addition to the naval blockade. So that can also be an issue down the road.
How old can you be in this game?
We are waiting to see that how the discussions will unfold between the two sides.
Hell yeah, brother.
Trump considers this as a done deal, but from Iranian perspective, sticking points remain unresolved, and
always
in
Mongo.
addition to, even if there is any an understanding on the framework, the details will also matter, and they will need some time to nail them, to hammer them out. So we see a glaring contrast on the narratives between the two sides in describing that what is taking place.
But it's not just about the Strait of Hormuz here. Donald Trump says Iran has agreed to stop enriching uranium. But as I understand it, and what you're telling us, is that that's a point of discussion, not a done deal. Is that right?
Does this actually?
Yes, correct.
It doesn't even seem like it made it black at all.
On the nuclear issue, they yet have differences. Iran is saying that they will not accept permanent suspension of the nuclear enrichment, as well as they say that they will not export the high enriched uranium stockpile, and that will remain in the country. That can be down blended.
That's one more
this is,
black lady hairstyle than games usually have. So I'll give them that.
In addition to that, when it comes to the nuclear matter, details matter to a great extent, and they say the devil is in the details, specifically in the nuclear sphere.
I'm circumcised.
And if they can, agree on the framework on
Call
the
me
nuclear issue, which is we are not
circumcised.
There yet, I think the details will be very important, and we cannot at the moment jump into the conclusion that it's over.
One final question then to you, Abbas. We're hearing that Iranian diplomats have been put on short notice. They may well have to go to Islamabad for a second round of direct talks, which may well come in the next few days. But as I understand it, what you're saying is that this isn't to discuss a final deal.
That's rated M. I can't put that on there.
What do they mean by framework?
Sure.
Yes, exactly. This is not the final deal. This
I'm
is
not
the
going to get into all
framework, which is mostly a preliminary understanding on the outline of the discussions.
You know what? Why not?
And it means that the details will be negotiated at the expert level.
Hell yeah, brother.
At the moment, we are not, getting any confirmation from the Iranian side
Makes your
on
chest
a potential
wide,
second round,
wide
in a
chest.
few days. But it could be possible, given that we are in a situation that the both sides now have a clear picture of where they stand and what are the sticking points, what are the red lines, and what are the gaps which both sides believe that can be somehow bridged. So I think political decisions are needed at the capitals, and if they are able to somehow to see that they can breach those remaining gaps, I think they might be deciding to depart for further talks in Islamabad. And but as we speak, nothing is final till we hear more from the both sides, specifically from the Iranian side, which thinks that
what was your name? I don't even
the
remember.
second round is not certain yet.
Abbas Islani, live for us.
Can't even fit on
Tehran.
the
Thank you
thing.
so much. Now, as Abbas was just talking about there, Islamabad is positioning itself to host the next round of direct talks between the two sides, and security is ramping up in the capital.
Normal.
Our White House correspondent Kimberly Halkett reports now from Islamabad.
There are major security preparations underway here in Islamabad for another meeting of direct talks at the Serena Hotel between the United States and Iran. What we know is that there has already been a boost in security in the form of police forces. 10,000 already in Islamabad, another 10,000 being added.
Okay, so left, right, square, right, left, square, right down circle, left down circle.
What we know is that, in fact, there are active diplomatic efforts that are underway through the Pakistani Prime Minister, as well as the army chief and head of
can I do this in one or two, just a couple of tries? That would be nice.
Extending open invitations to world leaders to come.
Why didn't we get a flyover of the level in the single player mode? This would have been nice.
Now we know the Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif
skate
has tweeted
combo
that
is
he
easy
is
enough, I
especially
think.
encouraged by the ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon. What they believe is that this will pave the way.
And then this is
for
like
regional peace,
like manual into it and then out of one of it. I don't know.
Oh,
it just puts you right there.
Breakthrough between the United States and Iran. So while there have been no dates that have been decided, according to the Pakistani Foreign Ministry spokesperson, they do believe, again, that there could be a major breakthrough.
High combo done. Cool. High score done.
Front.
Doing it.
And as a result, messages continue to be shuttled back and forth
these score ones
between
knocked
diplomats
out. They're easy
from
enough.
Tehran to Washington. It's clear that Pakistan is not only trying to host events.
Since when acid drop?
Peace. Kimberly Halkett, Al Jazeera, Islamabad.
Now, President Donald Trump says the U.S. has prohibited Israel from attacking Lebanon. It comes a day after he announced a 10-day ceasefire between the two countries.
There's a gap for that.
I
need to actually try to do that.
The USA will separately work with Lebanon and deal with the Hezbollah situation in an appropriate manner. Israel will not be bombing Lebanon any longer.
I can't do any tricks.
Prohibited from doing so.
Can't get away with shit here. Can't get away with shit here. Oh my God. Where's some skill? Fuck doing this in one try or two tries. Let's get some skill points. This is painful. Oh my God, I'm so slow.
His government's negotiations with Israel earlier this week were not a sign of weakness.
Pain cannot remain our destiny, and I pledge that we will not reach any agreement that may undermine our established rights or harm the dignity of our steadfast people, or give up a grain of soil of our homeland. Our objective is clear: to put an end to the Israeli aggression on our people and our homeland, the total withdrawal of the Israelis, for our authority to prevail, and the return of all Lebanese with dignity and freedom.
Thousands of people displaced by the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah have been heading south
Lebanon
after
saying
the ceasefire came into effect. Many are returning to find their homes completely destroyed.
Okay, maybe that will be harder than I thought. Okay, at least I got a couple of things.
Destruction in the south.
I got combo, high score, and pro score, right? And I think that's it.
Like many other Lebanese people, They've returned after the U.S. brokered a temporary
Manual subway.
10-day
That's right. I got
truce
that.
with Israel.
So
Nabatea
skate,
was
secret
among
tape,
areas
grind the world's
Israeli
longest
forces
bench.
repeatedly targeted with strikes during
Oh
46
man,
days
these
of
are all
conflict.
painful.
Some didn't have time to escape.
No one really knows if this ceasefire will hold. You just can't be sure. Because you can't trust Israel being in the United States.
Their return, even with the uncertainty
Who
about
has
what
the
comes
door
next,
that takes
is being
me out the
framed
right
as a
place
victory.
there? Is it you?
Many of the more than 1.2 million people
Oh,
displaced
no one
across
does.
Lebanon
I have to
support Hezbollah.
Drop down
Families were
correctly.
holding pictures of their sons, husbands, brothers who fought the Israeli military as they invaded southern Lebanon. The Israeli military hasn't withdrawn, and it has advised residents not to return to villages close to the border. This is a temporary truce dependent on progress in negotiations between Lebanon and Israel.
All right. Oh,
Dependent
fuck.
on the Lebanese
Damn it.
government's ability to assert its sovereignty.
How do I get up there?
Conditions that will not be easy to achieve.
There's like a way over here, I think.
Hezbollah is still active in southern Lebanon, and it is
It's this
refusing
thing,
to
right?
cooperate with the government and disarm. Any move against the group could worsen internal tensions. Israel failed in its objective to destroy Hezbollah.
There we go.
It is tied to Lebanon's Shia Muslim community, people who have little faith in a state that is now negotiating with an enemy. Israel has killed more than 2,000 people, including women and children. It even targeted health centers and medical workers. Nearly 100 of them were killed in deliberate attacks.
Man, I hope I don't get bombed for having this news channel on.
Sometimes double-tap strikes. They hit us while helping those targeted. We work.
Oh, they're all over here?
knowing
Okay, I think
we
I can maybe get the
kill
top us
anytime,
if I'm
but
careful.
We never stopped.
There's anger for people here in the south. Negotiations can't lead to normalization or peace. They want Israel to abandon its occupation of Lebanese land.
It's plenty of years worth of work, worth of hard work, worth of money, worth of sweat, just gone in a blink of an eye. Because
Ow, my nuts.
this is Israel.
My lady
That's
nuts.
how it is.
The truce
Okay,
allows
so
Israel
I
to
didn't
act
really do
against what
anything
it
that
says
time.
is a security threat,
But I did get some
without
points.
it constituting a violation, similar to the 2024 ceasefire. Hezbollah says this
All right,
time
let's try
it
that
will
again.
respond. But here, talk
Where
of
was that
diplomacy,
long-ass bench?
talk of
Was it-
peace
it wasn't
is not
you,
what is on
right?
people's minds. They are trying to absorb their tragedy.
I don't know where that
Zena
bench
Khadr, Al
is.
Jazeera, Nabatea, southern Lebanon.
Now in Beirut's southern suburbs, tens of thousands of residents have been uprooted from their homes by Israel's attacks and forced displacement orders. Dahia is considered one of Lebanon's most densely populated areas. Airstrikes have destroyed homes and businesses. Al Jazeera's Malcolm Webb reports from Beirut as thousands return to the area that they once called home.
Is that the bench?
Lebanese authorities say about 200 buildings have
that's
been
not it.
destroyed
Where is
here
this bench?
in Beirut's
What are they
southern
talking about?
suburbs
Is
by
this the bench?
Israeli airstrikes since the start of last month. This is what remains of one of them. On the ground floor, were
This
small
place does
businesses,
have some
a
long-ass
laundry,
benches, though. I'll
shops,
give
a
it that.
cafe. Livelihoods completely destroyed. There was also a branch of
It
Hezbollah's
is.
microfinance
I caught you.
organization that Israel says it was targeting. Human Rights Watch says targeting it is a war crime. People depend on it for getting
Wow.
small amounts of
Can't
credit.
do shit.
This is the main road leading into
Next is
the southern
probably gotta be a
suburbs, and
flip
it's busy
point.
with people who want to come home.
Damn it.
We were born here, we grew up here, and we will die here until our last breath. We left our homes with our dignity, and we will never accept to be oppressed.
As long as Israel attacks us, we can't trust them. They say we have negotiations, but Israel's unreliable. We're coming back
All right.
and we'll never leave here again.
Thousands of homes have been destroyed across this neighborhood. There were a couple of dozen apartments in this building reduced to rubble. Even the neighbors' apartments, several of them destroyed by the force
we're just doing
of
the
the
Gaza
blast.
playbook.
And following
Damn.
the ceasefire, the owners of this cafe are trying to get it open again. People say it's a neighborhood meeting point here in the southern suburbs. People are keen for life to get back to normal as soon as possible. Malcolm Webb, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
Now, Abid Abu Shahadeh is a political commentator, and he joins us from Jaffa. So, we have this 10-day ceasefire, which is going to take place.
Let's keep going. I can get the tapas, and maybe I can find the skate. Oh, I didn't even get the 6 score.
But Israel remains in southern Lebanon, ostensibly for it to develop what it's calling a buffer zone. But at what point does a buffer zone become an occupation?
No, not yet. Change level.
By Israeli timeline, as soon as there is the military occupation, which is considered to be temporary, it turns out to be nothing is
unless that's
temporary.
It right there. Classic mode.
What we're seeing now, the Israeli military is going on with its operation. Just in the last hour, they have continued bombing houses and demolishing houses in southern Lebanon. They have already demolished the majority of the houses neighboring the Israeli-Lebanese border, and now they're moving into the second part. This extremely resembles what's happening in Gaza. The Israeli military is preparing the ground for staying in the southern Lebanon. They didn't have, and they still don't have, any plans for withdrawal from the southern Lebanese or southern Litani. And they're still
España no necesita que levantarse.
But the Lebanese government has been very clear here. This is a violation of their sovereignty. So what's Israel's justification for going into southern Lebanon and then trying to stay there, as you put it?
We really wanted to.
The Israelis frame it to stop an attack, the same one or similar to the one that happened in the 7th of October. But they do so also with the majority of Israeli supporting the war on Lebanon. Recent polls by the Israeli Democracy Institution a few days before the ceasefire found that 80% of the Israelis support continuing the war with Lebanon. And the Israeli government understands
so Israel supports continuing the war with Iran. They support continuing the war with Lebanon. As the Iranian public, like America, has the Iranian public ever met a war they didn't like?
Benjamin Netanyahu saying that every Israeli prime minister has to have the power to say no to the American president. And now they're asking him, why didn't he say no to the ceasefire in Lebanon? I assume the Israelis are preparing to go back to fight in the southern Lebanon.
The Israeli public being like, why did you agree to a ceasefire?
But again,
That's crazy.
They understand that once the American President Donald Trump forbid any attacks or offensive attacks, for now they would have to wait.
Actually, Abid, you've just answered the question that I was about to ask you about what Netanyahu
like a castle city on the hill or some shit. That's crazy. Cool.
Donald Trump's
never seen that.
Use of the word prohibited. Israel is prohibited from attacking Lebanon. But Benjamin Netanyahu still
one more thing,
lot
right?
of
it's
pressure.
The score and the skate. I mean, I think I can find the skate. It's the first level after all. I should be able to find the skate.
Right-wing parties here, so they can't be happy about this type of language either, can they?
But what's interesting is none of his right-wing opponents or any Israeli politician have criticized Donald Trump. The Israelis, even opposition leaders opposing Netanyahu, they understand nobody wants to upset Trump. Loose cannons like Bezalel Smotrich or Ben Gvir, who didn't restrain themselves from attacking President. when during the Gaza genocide, they said nothing publicly because they understand the President Trump has a very short temper on this issue. But on the other hand, neither is President Trump predictable or reliable. We've seen it in the first Gaza ceasefire that Israel violated once and once again. The Israeli politicians understand
now it's
that
just
maybe
the
Trump
sixth
stopped
score.
Israel today, but tomorrow he might change his mind, and they're also waiting to see what's happening in the ceasefire with Iran. So they're not in a rush, but they do understand that there is a pressure coming from the public who was promised absolute victory, and they weren't promised peace or peace talks with Lebanon. This wasn't on the agenda of the Israeli public.
Abid, brilliant to hear from you.
All right,
Thank you so much. Now, rights groups are saying the destruction and targeting of residential areas in Lebanon may amount to war crimes. Juliet Ager takes a look at the impact on infrastructure and residents in the area.
The Israeli military has killed more than 2,000 people across Lebanon since March the 2nd. Its airstrikes have been concentrated on the south. That's where Israeli forces have launched a ground invasion and are occupying
I spelled avril wrong.
territory.
I just realized I spelled avril wrong. How did I do that?
Damaged or destroyed
I'm not going to fix it, but
40,000 housing units in the first 35 days of the conflict. Now that's according to the National Council for Scientific Research, and that number amounts to an average of just over 1,000 homes per day.
Let's go to Australia first.
The fighting has displaced at least 1.2 million people nationwide. Many of them have fled southern areas towards the north, which they consider safer, and others have crossed the border into Syria. But many have been forced to sleep outside, often in the streets without access to adequate water, food, or medical care. Israel has also systematically targeted civilian infrastructure, and that includes, again, either destroying or damaging the main bridges that cross the Litani River, as you can see here. And these connect the south to the rest of Lebanon. These are satellite images showing the Kashmir Bridge. And as you can see in the before and afters, the damage from those Israeli strikes is severe. Now, this bridge was an important link to hospitals and schools for people in the region. As part of its occupation and invasion, the Israeli military has been leveling entire villages in southern Lebanon. And rights groups say the systematic demolition of residential areas, which you can clearly see here, may amount to a war crime.
Now you're watching Al Jazeera. I'm Imran Khan. A reminder of our top stories this hour. Iran says it's reopened the Strait of Hormuz, but insists the United States must end its naval blockade for it to remain open. Iran says ships
that was easy.
Route and with Tehran's authorization. The US president says that a blockade remains on Iranian ports is still in place until a deal is reached. Washington and Tehran could be heading for a second round of talks, possibly within the coming days. Trump claims a deal is mostly complete, but Iranian sources told Al Jazeera that negotiations are still at a very early stage. Brent crude prices are down sharply after Iran announced it was reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Oil is still up significantly since the Iran war began, but it's been dropping since the ceasefire was announced last week. Markets are open in the US, with major indices all posting gains at the bell. And thousands of Lebanese civilians displaced by the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah are returning to their homes after a ceasefire came into effect. Trump says the US has prohibited Israel from attacking Lebanon. Now, earlier, my colleague Batibo, sorry about that, spoke to Donald
Mans
Heflin,
can't speak.
Fellow of Diplomatic Practice at Tufts University and a former US ambassador. He says the ability of Iran to close down the Strait of Hormuz has emboldened the country's sovereignty.
Skate, flower pots,
Trump
secret
and the
tape.
Iranians have similar negotiating styles. 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Eventually, you get there. I think right now, this is very typical in ceasefire and peace talk negotiations. One side wants the other to do something first. The other side wants to do it the other way around. Pakistanis have been very patient during this process. I think we'll get there fairly soon. I heard Trump say on the runway at Phoenix Airport today that we would only open up the blockade against Iranian ports and vessels going into Iranian ports once the
fighting a war against evil.
Iran would like to have that done before the final deal is concluded. These things
2003 all over again, baby.
And so what
Except it's even
do you
dumber.
expect each side to make on the nuclear issue, for example? Do you think the Iranians are likely to do any of what Trump has said there?
They should strongly consider, because they've learned something very important in the last few weeks. They don't need nuclear weapons as a deterrent. Their deterrent is their ability to shut down the Straits of Hormuz anytime they want to.
Oh.
And nobody can take that away from them.
Wow.
They can do it with drones. They can do it with small boats. They thought all this time they needed nuclear weapons to make people respect their sovereignty and not attack them. The truth is their control over those straits is their strongest defense.
So do you think this war has made Iran stronger or weaker?
I think it has emboldened them and made them somewhat stronger. They now know that a massive aerial assault will not change their regime. They now know they probably don't even need their nuclear weapons anymore. America has found that regime change is not going to work unless we send a bunch of ground troops there, which we're very unlikely to do.
I mean, they're still talking about it. Like, they're still making a big fucking play about it.
Option off the table for Iran, unless Iran is willing to trade it away for some major concessions. I'd give Iran the edge on
not one. Okay.
Now, next on Al Jazeera, this is America. It's bringing you the debate shaping America and the world. And we're going to hand over to Heidi Jo Castro.
I'm tired of my country shaping the whole world. I wish that was not the case. I mean, is that a hot take? I don't like that.
This is America, where people are growing restless for the conflict with Iran to come to an end. As Iran says it's reopening Hormuz, the U.S. and Iran are racing toward a deal. I'll be back with more on what Americans think, but first, here's Anna Burns-Francis in our Washington studio.
One more.
Thanks, Heidi. Iran and America are still at war, but with just a few days left until the ceasefire expires,
a few days left.
What or who will decide whether hostilities resume? Joining us in a moment, Chief U.S. Correspondent Alan Fisher is at the White House and Manny Rapallo is at the State Department today. Right from the start, U.S. President Donald Trump has been overwhelmingly optimistic about America's success.
Overwhelmingly
declaring
optimistic.
War over, nearly over, or won more than 12 times so far.
I don't want to be a wise guy. I don't want to speak too soon, but we do very well. You notice that
he lies the hardest when he's talking about how modest he is. He's like, I don't want to brag. I don't want to brag. I don't want to boast. But let me just brag and boast about this thing that has not happened yet.
Very shortly.
It's hilarious.
And against a very tough, smart country, these people were.
I'm so.
fighters.
You know what? They've managed to get good compliments, which is nice. They must appreciate that at least.
Hormuz immediately extended the conflict and the chance
Immediately
of a peace
extended
deal.
the conflict.
And Iran's made it very clear it's not going to have its arm twisted.
If the American side proposes a package and expects Iran to accept it in full, they know that this is not viable. It's also completely at odds with the logic behind negotiations.
At the very least, it seems
we don't give a
sparring
fuck
over
about
the
logic
Strait of Hormuz
here.
could be over, with the US president announcing Iran has agreed to open it. So, who now holds the upper hand when it comes to calling an end to the war? Each side is facing similar competing pressures at home to reach a deal. President Trump needs to shift public opinion on the unpopular war ahead of November's
Iran's not a fan
elections.
of this war, are they?
He needs to avoid
Fair
Republicans
enough.
losing
I mean,
control
war
of
is not
both
usually
the House
popular.
and Senate. The rising cost of living is also a major issue for voters.
All 5 of these.
Trump promised to bring down fuel and grocery prices, but the war has forced both of those to go up. And the mounting cost can't be counted in just dollars. US soldiers have already been killed or wounded, and that number could rise if the war resumes. Meanwhile, Iran's most immediate concern post-war
try
will be
busting these
rebuilding its
lamps, and then that'll be the last thing I try to do here.
Tens of billions of dollars worth of damage has been caused by American and Israeli strikes, which will take years to repair. Tehran also needs to rebuild relationships with its neighbors. Ties have been strained as Iran responded to US strikes by firing drones and missiles towards the Gulf. And like America, Iranians are also concerned about the cost of living. There were months of protest before the war, and a deal with the US could lift and revitalize its economy. For more on this, we're joined now by Manny Rapallo at the State Department and Alan Fisher at the White House. Alan, we'll come to you first. What's really influencing Donald Trump to get a deal done?
I can just climb this.
Well, a number of things can be true at the same time. One of them is the fact that he would like to see Iran have no nuclear weapons. He's talked about it since 2016. He's campaigned about it during his 3 presidential election campaigns. He believes that that is the bottom line for him, that there is no nuclear program in Iran. He also wants to make sure that they can't fund proxies that have attacked their neighbors and also the United States over many, many years. He wants to make sure that the administration in Tehran doesn't think that that is one of their prime concerns. And then he's got domestic concerns as well. He wants to be the president who brought an end to the war in Iran. Remember, he campaigned on no stupid foreign wars in the Middle East, no more forever wars. He doesn't want
this does do this?
He doesn't want tagged with that. His team knew that that could be a problem when they initially talked about launching an attack on Iran, but they were confident they'd be able to spin it to the American people. But one thing they haven't been able to spin is the financial impact that many people have felt cost of living is much more expensive. Basic things are much more expensive. He needs to convince them that this really is, as he has often said, just short-term pain for long-term gain of a no nuclear Iran and cheaper prices in the long run.
All right, Manny, I'll bring you in here because there is, of course, a third party involved in this conflict, that is Israel. How is the US exerting pressure on Israel?
This is some racist shit, this level. They literally have the Aborigine guy like just in a stuff behind a wall.
From Washington right now is to get this deal, and there's a lot of optimism over that scenario right now. But to reach that point of a deal, the U.S. has to ensure that there isn't going to be any spillover, and that is where we're seeing the pressure from the United States on Israel starting to take shape. Now, just on Thursday, the State Department issued a statement regarding that U.S. brokered agreement, understanding between Israel and Lebanon to create that 10-day ceasefire that would open up the space for broader negotiations. And that in itself is a signal that Washington is actively trying to pressure Israel to not carry out any military operations, particularly along the Lebanese border, and avoid any sort of anything that could derail U.S. talks with Iran. Meanwhile, Washington is still putting heavy pressure on Iran. So in short, what we're seeing is the United States trying to pressure both sides, continue to pressure Iran while also sort of gently nudging Israel not to escalate here. So again, there's a lot of optimism, especially among U.S. diplomats here over the potential window for a diplomatic outcome, but it is still a window. But that's part of the reason why we're seeing so much urgency to secure a deal right now.
Manny Laparo joining us from the State Department, and Alan Fisher at the White House. Thank you both. The fragile ceasefire between the United States and Iran is ticking down, but while plans are being made for more talks, there are questions about what each side actually wants and how much influence Israel has behind the scenes. John Holman looks at whether a deal is really within reach.
President Trump might have thought victory over Iran would be a quick knockout. Instead, it's turned into something else.
It's a very high-level chess, the highest, and I'm dealing with very smart players.
And Iran, which has been playing
if only I had like
the 7th century,
$5,000. I would have been able to bet on every single time that Trump was faking there being an end to this war, and I would have made so much bank by now.
And the clock's running. Only days remain of a fragile ceasefire. The US has made two big moves. The first, blockading Iranian oil, hoping to gain the advantage in the ongoing
so fragile,
talks.
it's barely, it's like it's not even there.
But
so
also
fragile.
Announcing a 10-day ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon. Iran had demanded it as a prerequisite for any deal.
Both sides probably now realise that there's no checkmate in this game, and as they inch their way towards the second round of negotiations, they'll both know that they have to make concessions if they want to bring this to a close.
The US has hinted it could also lift sanctions, but its chief demand hasn't budged. No nukes.
He said if you guys commit to not having a nuclear weapon, we are going to make Iran thrive. We're going to make it economically prosperous.
Iran, according to the US president, has now pledged not to have nuclear weapons.
I trust the US government, what they say right now. I trust them implicitly, especially when they say things about deals that they'll make with you.
Although Trump says the US will
take them at their word. It's a great idea.
Meanwhile, the rest of the world is looking on, hoping that this chess match is now in its endgame. And that the biggest oil disruption in history can be brought to a close. John Holman, Al Jazeera, Washington.
What's left? Pro
Meanwhile,
score,
public opinion on the war continues to sour amongst
secret
Americans.
tape.
Heidi Jo Castro went to take the temperature from a protest in downtown Washington, D.C.
These demonstrators have gathered at the U.S. Capitol to call for an end to the war with Iran. They say they're people of faith and Christians who want a permanent ceasefire.
Is Trump really sincere about wanting a deal to end this war with Iran?
Is Trump sincere about anything? I don't know. I think he doesn't know. He just says whatever pops in his head. He's proven himself repeatedly not to be trusted.
Not to be a serious person,
How do you think the threat from Iran should be dealt with?
I'm not even sure that Iran really poses a threat. I think it's a perceived threat. I think that, Iran wants to enrich uranium for civilian purposes.
Do you think a peace deal should include the U.S. having an active role of controlling that strait?
I definitely don't think the U.S. should have part of that control, unless it involves countries adjacent to the straits and includes a broader selection of nations.
Do you trust Israel to keep their part of the deal?
I am a person of faith, and so I have to have faith that if the right steps are taken at the beginning for diplomacy, that will pay off and that they will act faithfully.
Those protester voices are, of course, just a
I'm a
sliver
person
of
of
the greater
faith, so I
American
just
public.
have to hope,
But recent
and
poll
that's
numbers
all
show
I
that
really
the
have
country
actually the
as a whole
ability to
is
do.
moving
I
in
can't
their
say
direction.
honestly
The
what's
Economist
most
YouGov
likely to
just
happen.
published
I have to
these
just
numbers.
hope.
32%
Even though everyone
of
knows what's
Americans
going to
say
happen.
they
It's
support
weird.
the
That's
war with
weird,
Iran.
man. That's weird.
55% say
That's
they
very
oppose
strange.
it.
Just be
35%
honest.
approve
Just
of the
be
way
honest.
Donald
You
Trump
know it's
is
not going to
handling
work.
the
You know it's not
situation
going
in
to work.
Iran.
And you know why it's not going to work.
57% disapprove.
It's not some mystery.
And as for how Americans
You can just
rate
be everybody
Donald
be
Trump's
honest.
skill
It's
at
fine.
negotiating
It's fine.
agreements,
The world
we
is a
see at the
dire
top,
place. We know
22%
this.
said excellent.
Be honest about it.
16% said good. 10% said fair. And the greatest number of people, 43%, said that Trump's negotiation skills are poor.
Okay.
That's not a lot of confidence domestically in the president's ability to bring this war to a conclusive end in a way that benefits Americans.
So, who has the willingness then, and what's the driving that
So
will
what
to
is
get back
left?
to the negotiating table? To give us their perspective today,
Just the
we're joined by
scores
Mark Ginsberger,
and
former
the skunk
US
grinds
ambassador,
and the skate.
and Jennifer Gavito, former acting
can try to
Deputy
find
Assistant
skate. I
Secretary for
mean,
Near Eastern Affairs.
I haven't
Thank
really
you
been
both
keeping
for
an eye
coming
out
in.
for the
Ambassador,
letters on
I'll
my
start
way
with
up,
you. In the
anything
latest
like
twist,
that.
the Strait of Hormuz has been announced as reopened. Has Iran got one over on the US with this call?
Well, I think strategically there's malfeasance that has been practiced now at this point in time regarding the Straits, because Iran has been able to prove, as a result of the conflict, that somehow or other the control that it never really had before the war, all of a sudden it could just issue a tweet or some sort of statement and say, guess what, the Straits are now closed again. Well, which boatload of oil is going to want to navigate the Straits, even if the Iranians no longer have a navy? And the Americans have said that while their blockade will not affect foreign flagged vessels, they still have said, at least in the last hour or 2 hours ago, they still plan to stop Iranian vessels. We
Oh man,
have
there's
no
only that's only
clarity
3.
at this point in time.
I don't know where the
And
2
if
are.
you were a captain of a ship waiting to traverse the Straits, what would you do knowing your insurance company is not going to let you proceed?
Yeah. So, Jennifer, perhaps a little early to be asking this, but what then do you think Iran gets out of announcing the Strait being reopened?
So I think both Iran and the United States have determined at this point that there are diminishing returns in continuing armed conflict. So for Iran, it gets back to potentially a degree of normalcy. And again, I mean, I absolutely agree with Ambassador Ginsburg in that we don't really know yet what the parameters of this agreement are. It is still possible, and certainly from social media suggests potentially true, that Iran can continue to charge tolls to some degree. So freedom of navigation has not necessarily been restored.
Okay, and there's 10 or 5.
Again, I think it is very premature to take stock of what either side wins and gains until we have a bit more clarity.
I can do
but
skate,
again,
I
if
think.
reports
I
are
think I've
true
gotten
that Iran
4
will
of
get
5.
sanctions relief, considerable sanctions relief out of this deal,
Yeah, let's do one
then
more.
they are back in a situation where they can restock their arsenal and have some degree of economic flexibility that they didn't actually have before this conflict.
Ambassador, Jennifer's alluded perhaps there to what the motivation might have been. But when I first saw this news, I thought, oh, wouldn't you save that for the negotiating table? And so I'm wondering what you think the motivation was for Iran in announcing it before we even know of any hard talks taking place.
Easy enough.
Several reasons. The Iranians are going to have to engage in what essentially is a way of prying the Gulf states back at least to having normalization of relations with them after the Iranians attacked every one of the Gulf states, civilian as well as energy infrastructure. You know, they had been on a courting phase during the last few years trying to get the Gulf states to consider Iran to be a partner.
Or actually, wait, what was it?
And try to
Okay,
lure them away
done.
from their engagement with Israel
Just be done.
and the United States. Well, I think that has changed. But there's another thing going on here.
Next up, back to
moderated a panel on
Berlin.
Iran in the Senate yesterday, and one of the issues that came out, and it was clear, is that the IRGC has taken virtually total control of what remains of the Iranian government, and they need the oil revenue in order to maintain some semblance of internal control. And that the fact that that oil revenue has been stopped as a result of this blockade is far more significant to them than the resumption of the bombing.
I mean, Iran has always relied on oil for
We just
what,
went outside. You
80%
didn't do
of its
nothing.
export
You
income
looked right at
anyway,
me.
So it would be relevant to them no matter who
You know
was
I hate
in
it out
charge.
there. Why can you
Why
keep
then do
making
you
me go
feel-
outside?
Or what do you know then about what difference that makes, the fact that the IRGC is now in charge of the leadership for where it will take talks?
The idea that here in Washington there's comments coming out of this administration, there's been a regime change.
Fair and reasonable people.
Fair and reasonable. But let me tell you
You don't
something.
think that's
For
true?
those of us, when you see the son of the Ayatollah and the Speaker of the Parliament emerging as the key power centers along with the next generals in charge of the IRGC, message to Secretary of Defense War Hegseth, this is not the type of team that I would consider to be moderate. This is a team that is going to dig in hard because, let's face it, the most important thing that they have and the most essential requirement is regime survivability.
It's interesting that you make the note of a warning there, because the Secretary of Defense, Pete
How the
Hegseth,
fuck do you get
is
out to
warning
that?
Iran that there is an easy way or a
The
hard
hell?
way ahead.
To the KH leadership and IRGC leadership, we're watching you. Our capabilities are not the same, our military and yours. Remember, this is not a fair fight. But there is an alternative. As our negotiators have said, you, Iran, can choose a prosperous
He has
future,
such a
golden
douchey,
bridge.
just
And
everything
we hope
about
that
him.
you do.
Just the entirety of his way of carrying himself. He's
So
just
Jennifer,
such a
given the
douchebag.
ambassador's comments and the comments there from the Secretary of Defense,
Even they're
how do
laughing
you
at
think
him.
that rhetoric will sit with Iran at this stage?
Like whether or
think
not
Iran
you
is
have the upper
probably
hand,
grateful
just the
about
way you
this.
talk makes me
They
feel
are
like you
being given
don't
a
because you
golden
just sound like a
opportunity
child.
without really giving up a lot. And again, I just want to keep stressing that I do think it's early to make judgments about what this looks like. But potentially they're walking away with no real deal or no real concessions on a missile program, no concessions on a drone program. Continued possession, and we don't know for how long or to what degree, but of enriched uranium. The knowledge that they can shut down global commerce at will should they deem in the future that they need to. And then you've got a U.S.
That's all I
administration
managed to do that
that is
time,
talking
but that's
about
fine.
them as if they are a legitimate
Acid
negotiating
drop from the
partner.
four
And
beer
one of the
steins.
challenges
I
with
see,
this relationship over
okay.
past years is this deficit of trust. The fact
Madonna
that we have
the
not been able to
soldiers.
rely
Where are the
on
soldiers?
the promises that the Iranian regime has made, which is why, for example, with JCPOA, you had such a stringent oversight mechanism through the IAEA. No discussion about that so far. And so for Iran, this really leaves open a door to renewed economic activity in ways that we have not seen in a long time, and that really, again, to the ambassador's point, allow the regime to reestablish some credibility at home by virtue of growing the economy again. And so I think
I really need to get the sound, the
Secretary
audio,
of
music
War, Secretary of Defense
going through.
says about this as far as watching, these are technical
music
questions,
going through the
and that oversight
like an AirPod or not the AirPod,
really
like
requires a
Apple
pretty
Music or some shit,
detailed
Spotify.
framework that we've seen no evidence is actually being put in place.
To Jennifer's point there, Ambassador, that the leadership is now being regarded by the US administration as legitimate and that these are the people you sit down at the table with. What choice do they have? This is the leadership that is left.
This is, Jennifer could not, her points are so well taken insofar as what Iran walks away with. This regime, in the end, despite the fact that it was pulverized from the air, looks like it's going to survive. There has not been an uprising. Why would the public uprise again and die in the streets because the Basij still have power there and the guns? But what is most disconcerting, no uprising, the Iranians now control the Gulf, the American people have soured on a war, the president is desperately looking for an off-ramp.
How the
Israel's
hell
still
do I get up
battling
there?
Hezbollah. Syria no one's ever said anything about Syria yet. And the Gulf states have lost an enormous amount of what I call deterrence power from the Iranians. The Iranians have now been able to prove that with drones, with an occasional ballistic missile, they can wreak havoc on the security. And by the way, we haven't even mentioned the Red Sea and what the Houthis may do.
Yeah, we're trying to stick to one waterway at a time.
I see.
In terms of trying to come to an agreement, it has been a conflict full of barbed trading between the two countries. Vice President J.D. Vance, the man seemingly offering an olive branch to Iran.
Aggressive.
What the president wants to make, he doesn't want to make like a small deal. He wants to make the grand bargain. And what he's basically offering to Iran is very simple, and frankly, it's something that no
They just all speak in the most maximalist language at all times. I'm always the biggest and largest and most amazing and beautifulest man of all time. And people buy this. It is shocking. It is shocking that people buy this.
What do you think grand bargain means?
That remains to be seen. One thing that I will give President Trump
the most shocking. I'm the most shocked every day, constantly the most. It's the most unbelievable ever that anyone ever buy. The most unbelievable.
Administration's positions
man.
Allows it to move outside of some of those rigid lines that have defined our policy towards Iran in recent years. That being said, I think it's really important to remember that
some beer steins to find.
Characterized last week's negotiations, which lasted 21 hours, as a failure.
That's what I want.
We're now a week later.
That's what I want the most.
JCPOA dealt only with the nuclear issue, and that took years to negotiate. And so when you talk about a grand bargain, I personally am a bit skeptical that that is, in fact, what we're going to get here.
All right.
The press is reporting that there is a 3-page MOU at the moment. I don't know if that is correct or not. But 3 pages is not a grand bargain. It does set the stage for future discussions, and I think that is a net positive from this. But a grand bargain
3-page memorandum.
All of these issues into account that we're talking about.
Yeah, that's about all that we have going on between us and Iran right now. It's about 3 pages worth of stuff. That's it.
All of these things would be wrapped up in that. And I have not seen yet suggestions that this administration has the staying power to actually negotiate the type of detailed grand bargain that would be needed to fundamentally set this relationship on a different trajectory.
There we go.
That we get a short-term ceasefire extension that we can, go back to some degree of global commerce.
Okay, so there's a pattern that it wants me to follow here.
Of all those things that Jennifer just listed there, Ambassador, there is also the issue of Israel's role in this. And where do they sit in any talks or negotiation? How does the U.S. administration maneuver that relationship into any ceasefire or long-term deal?
I can do this, but I got to be quick.
It's interesting. At the beginning of this conflict, Benjamin Netanyahu seemed to be in the driver's seat. At this point of the conflict, he's in the back of the bus.
Back of the bus? No, you can't use that metaphor.
It's going to try to put so much lipstick on this pig by declaring that this is a great negotiated victory. Look, there are no moderates in Iran, period. Whatever agreement is reached, the Iranians will find a way to wiggle out of. As long as this regime is in place, it is never going to change its spots when it comes to dealing with Israel, dealing with the restoration of its weapons program, and repressing the poor people of Iran. What has happened here is essentially no one has gained anything. There's been a lot of losses. The Israelis still don't have a strategic victory. The Americans certainly have no strategic victory. The Iranians live to fight another day, and the poor Gulf states are left wondering who is going to be their protector.
Jennifer, then, can I ask you, what is it that the American administration has failed to understand about Iran's perspective here?
I think from moment number one, it underestimated what Iran would define as success. And for Iran, simply surviving this conflict is a strategic win. That's all they had to do. And they have not only done that, but they have deployed the Strait of Hormuz as a weapon in a way that they had never done before. And so I think this administration continues to, again, underestimate, misunderstand. I mean, even the approach to negotiations last week, the points, the 10 points, the 14, 15 points that were talked about were the types of maximalist positions that you would offer to an adversary that you believe had been defeated. Iran did not believe itself to be defeated. It believes itself to be coming out of this conflict in a strategically
as far as
better position
easy
than
ones.
when it started. And so the negotiations have to reflect that if you're going to get to this grand bargain that Vice President Vance is talking about. And Again, to be clear, that would be a positive for everybody if you could achieve it, but you've got to be realistic. And I couldn't agree more. There are no moderates here. If anything, the elimination of the top tier of leadership in the beginning days of this conflict gave way to a harder line regime than what you previously had.
I've heard this like
so
1,000 times by now. What do we know about the Remainers? Because like, I've heard this repeatedly.
This regime is being run by the IRGC,
Am I
which
getting chased by a
fundamentally remains
shark?
committed to the destruction of the United States and to Israel, of the elimination of U.S. troops from the Middle East. These positions have not changed. Commitment to the projection of power through the proxies. None of that has changed.
And
so,
we're yet to see how it may change as well over the coming days.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
but I am quite skeptical.
Yeah, fair enough. Thank you so much, both
so
of you,
what's
for coming
left
in.
here?
Jennifer, Kavita,
The
and Mark.
secret
Good,
tape,
appreciate it.
skate.
Well, online, there's been a battle over how and when the war with Iran will officially be over. The conversation heating up as the end of the ceasefire
Secret tape and
looms.
skate.
Alex
I think
Baird
I can
has
do
this breakdown.
Skate.
The race for a deal. The host of the DC-based Iran podcast saying both sides want out. For Trump, global energy prices and slumping approval ratings are taking their toll. The president needs a decisive win. While in Tehran, leaders are looking for a durable end, but also relief from crippling financial sanctions. Now, on top of that, war damage. The president, his chickens are finally coming home to roost.
They're willing to do things today that they weren't willing to do 2 months ago.
The White House painting the rosiest of pictures. The stock market is good. Oil prices are already coming down and a deal is nearly here. Trump apparently telling the Dutch king and queen this week he wants the war done, he wants it done quickly, and so the pressure has been turned up to the max. A lot of the narrative here is that Iran is terrified of a looming economic catastrophe if sanctions aren't pulled back. And with reports American troops are still streaming into the Gulf, the White House wants videos like these be front of the Iranian mind.
Just hearing this guy's
But you
voice.
step out of that echo chamber. The other side is framing this all as a desperate Trump looking for a way out because he's losing. Iran exposing US superpower as a Hollywood illusion. Former White House comms director under Trump, Anthony Scaramucci, saying Trump's increasingly unhinged posts digs at the Pope.
All right,
Christ-like
left-
images show what's happening
Last
inside his
chunk
mind.
is to get to this.
Those sorts of tweets and that outlandishness when it tips over into where he is now, that's where I think you're seeing the pressure come out of him.
Many wondering now if that pressure will finally lead to that deal.
That's not what
That's all
I'm
from
wondering
here
if this
in
pressure will
Washington,
finally
DC. We'll
lead
hand back
to.
now to Al Jazeera's global headquarters in Doha. Thanks for joining us.
I'm wondering when the Diet Coke's gonna stop fueling this motherfucker.
Collapse talks and a U.S. naval blockade are testing the limits of the ceasefire with Iran.
Whoa.
Who wants to get the deal done more at this point, do you think? The US or Iran?
The hell is that?
Will exceed ours. And I think that's where we are right now.
The longer the blockade on
Let's
Iran,
leave that
the
secret
more
tape there for
likely
now.
global
I don't know how to
energy
get there.
prices will keep rising.
There's the urgent and there's the important. And the urgent is the Strait of Hormuz.
Ooh, the airport.
Both
Oh, in the
Tehran and
school. I forgot
Washington
that they had
have strong
remastered
incentives
or
to end
reused.
this
Who
war.
knows?
This is America, every weekday on Al Jazeera.
Can you
Schools in
really
South
bomb
Africa?
a political future into existence?
Oh, so this is like a segregated school.
I think the objective here is to destroy the instruments of Iranian
School
state power.
fun?
Let me ask you this directly. Is Israel effectively leading U.S. foreign policy?
They want to do a Gaza-like effort on the main power centers in Iran to kill thousands of people, not just the core.
Upfront tackles the big issues only.
Yeah,
on
if you
Al
just
Jazeera.
murder the entirety of the government, none of their families will want to do murder government against you. Great idea. It's like they don't have any idea how the nation of Israel was founded. Turns out if you do a bunch of murder to a particular ethnic group, what remains of that ethnic group will be not right in the head. They will have mental problems forever. They will want to do mass-scale murders. It's a good idea not to murder large groups of people, I think. I'm against murdering. I'm against murdering really any people, but I'm especially against murdering large groups of people. Big not a fan.
Coverage of the ceasefires in Lebanon and Iran. Iran
Hard
says it's
takes
reopened the
for
Strait
me.
of Hormuz, but insists the United States must end its naval blockade for it to remain.
I ain't doing nothing useful right now. I'm just going around in circles.
the USA will get all nuclear dust.
US President Donald Trump says a deal with Iran is within reach and that the US will retrieve
He's
Tehran's
like,
enriched
and he
uranium.
starts saying a
However,
phrase,
Iran
and he starts
has
noticing
rejected
how
that
it's reacting with people, and
Lebanon's
you know, he's not dumb.
president says
He's
that
not.
any
He's
peace
not
deal with
socially
Israel
dumb. He can
won't
recognize,
undermine national
you know,
rights
people are
or give up
reacting a certain
territory
way
after
to him.
Donald
He can
Trump
recognize
prohibits
that,
Israel from
and he
further
starts
bombing.
noticing that people aren't recognizing what this word is, and so he
Thousands of
starts
people
explaining
displaced by
it
Israeli
at the
attacks
like
returned to
at,
their
in you know
homes
within
in
a
southern
few
Lebanon as a 10-day
appearances.
ceasefire begins.
Yeah, this is the school from Tony Hawk 1.
Plus, the race for the US and Iran to reach a deal. On This Is America, we'll look at the pressure pushing the longtime adversaries to find a diplomatic exit before a
Wow, they
fragile
didn't even put a.
ceasefire expires.
They didn't put a. They didn't even put a skybox in here that had like a city. It's just a void back there.
Now, President Donald Trump insists the U.S. blockade of the Strait of Hormuz will continue. This is after announcing that Iran had agreed to open the vital oil route. In social media posts and interviews throughout the day, Trump implied that a resumption of negotiations with Iran was imminent, and at one stage saying it could happen within days. Mike Hanna has more from the White House.
The Strait of Hormuz remains a point of contention, but President Trump maintains it could become central to a pending agreement. Until that point, though, he insists the U.S. blockade
All right, that
will
should be
continue.
all of the score ones.
The president was upbeat about the possibility of renewed talks with Iran.
We'll see how it all turns out, but it should be good. We've had some very good discussions, and hopefully that subject that you like to talk about will be very good. And we've done a good job, but we'll see. Talks are going on. It'll go on over the weekend. And
set off fire alarms, smash the school books, double kickflip the kicker gap, and get the secret tape.
Differences between the U.S. and Iran, he had this to say.
If there are,
I have no
we'll
idea
have
what
to
the secret
straighten it
tape
out,
is.
but I don't think there's too many significant differences.
Earlier in the day, President Trump took to social media with this
sounds so
upbeat
tired.
message. The Strait of Hormuz is completely open and ready for business and full passage, but the naval blockade will remain in full force and effect as it pertains to Iran, only until such time as our transaction with Iran is 100% complete. He continues, this process should go very quickly, in that most of the points are already negotiated. In another message, he insisted the U.S. had instructed Israel to stop attacks in Lebanon. Israel will not be bombing Lebanon any longer. They are prohibited from doing so by the USA, he wrote. Enough is enough. President Trump continued to insist that the ceasefire in Lebanon
try to
was
do
separate
combo.
from negotiations with Iran.
I can do the kickflip gap. I should be able to do that. And that just takes getting up on top of the roof.
Was a
Easy
precondition
enough.
for any agreement.
Oh.
The
You just go in?
President's
Oh, but
Day
it doesn't matter.
ended
You don't
with
need
a
to go
rally
in this way.
Arizona. Part of his speech, essentially a highlights reel of the social media messaging.
And somebody said, how are we going to get the nuclear dust? We're going to get it by going in with the
The
RAN.
fucking nuclear
But
dust.
this
And he-
campaign speech
that's
also
that's
a reminder
probably the
that in
most
the midst
annoying
of
part of his whole
conflict, the
presidency
president
is the
still
whole,
has his
I just
focus
have
on
a
the midterm
fixation on this
elections in
term.
November.
I learned
We
this
will
word
make
the other day.
America
Now I'm going to say
powerful
just this word
again.
when I talk
One
about
of the
this
reasons,
subject.
perhaps,
It's like,
that he
can
really
you not
wants to
learn
put
other
this
words
deeply
for the thing you want to
unpopular
do,
war
please?
Behind him. Mike
Yeah,
Hanna,
that's
Al
part of his
Jazeera
strength.
at the
He's
White
good at
House.
speaking to the dumbs
Now, the Speaker of
who get
Iran's
mad at you
parliament,
if you say you're
Mohammed
dumb,
Ali
unless he
says
says
the
you're
US
dumb, and then
blockade
they're like, yes,
renders
Mr.
the
President,
strait
I'm so
closed.
stupid.
He says
I love how
ships
stupid
can
I
only
am, and now
pass
you
through
tell me all
a
the time.
designated route and with Iran's authorization. Now, he's a key player in the negotiations with the US, and this is what he posted on X. The President of the United States made 7 claims
dead.
in 1 hour, all 7 of which were false.
Uh-huh.
They didn't win the war with these lies, and they certainly
Oh, that's
will
the
not
Rand
get
saying
anywhere
that.
in negotiations either. With the continuation of the blockade, the Strait of Hormuz will not remain open. Passage through the strait will be conducted based on the designated route and with Iranian authorization. Whether the strait is open or closed,
It's fucking crazy
and
that
the
they went
regulations
from
governing it
not
will be
having
determined
possession
by
of this
the
strait
field,
to having
not
possession of this
by
strait.
social media. Now, Abbas Aslani is a senior research fellow at the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies. He's joining us from Tehran. Almost everything that Donald Trump said, Iran has said that it didn't agree to yet. But let's talk about the Strait of Hormuz. It's open, but it's not open. So what is the truth of it here?
Oh shit! Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on!
Iran says that the Strait of Hormuz is open to only commercial vessels and not the ones coming from the adversary states, and it is subject to those vessels coordinating with Iranian authorities and transiting from designated routes, and this indicates that Iran is trying to somehow put in place the new protocols that it is.
I can still try to combo. Let's do combo.
In terms of a new Strait of Hormuz, Tehran believes that
my name is Dukambo Mutombo
has been born, so that's why new protocols need to be implemented.
Makembe Dukambo.
And this is why the United States has been insisting that the strait needs to reopen as quickly as possible. But also there are elements which might be impacting the situation. One is the naval blockade, which has been adopted by the United States against Iranian ports. Iran says that this is violation of the ceasefire agreement, and if that continues, the strait will not remain open. Also, we see the deadline for the 2-week ceasefire agreement, which looms, and
K over this way.
Nobody is talking of extension. Maybe they are trying to use a time element in order to pressure the other side in terms of seeing concessions from each other.
Is there like an actual school that looks like this?
It is expected that we need an
there must be,
extension or
because
something.
no one makes a whole level like
could
this from
happen,
scratch.
like
It's usually based on
returning to the
something.
conflict. And also in parallel, we are seeing that negotiations or exchange of messages are taking place and continuing in relation to sticking points.
Now, what we are hearing, though, is that Iranian diplomats have been put on short notice. They may well be going to Pakistan for direct talks in the coming days.
Next up
However,
is
the
Downhill
Iranians have been very clear
Jam.
about this. They're not
Oh
going
shit,
for a final
we're doing all the
deal,
old
which is what
levels.
Donald Trump is suggesting. They say they're going to
Oh wait, no, I didn't do
talk
airport.
about a framework for negotiations. What does a framework mean?
6 goals to move on.
Well, the framework is a preliminary understanding on what is on the agenda and to what extent they are going to discuss it. When it comes to the nuclear issue, they might be agreeing that what could be done to, in order to make sure that the
Crush the
nuclear
suspicious
activities
suitcases.
are peaceful.
Nose manual, the
most
escalator slope.
important elements
Nose grab
included
over
in
the
this,
copter.
Discussions is,
Secret
Iran's highly enriched uranium stockpile, as well as enrichment issue. There has been differences between the two sides. It remains unresolved yet. Also, when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, Iran insists that new protocols need to be implemented in that waterway. This remains yet unresolved, but there are other issues like the lifting of the sanctions, for example. They have said that the United States, meaning they will lift sanctions, but what sanctions, to what extent, these are the details which are expected to be discussed later on when
so it's a different airport.
Agreed upon.
It's slightly different.
The more than framework, I think we will need time in order to nail down those details.
But when it comes to
not
time,
the
like
most
you
different,
say, the ceasefire is coming to an end in a few days' time.
What was the deal here?
There is no suggestion right
Nose
now
manual it.
that the ceasefire will be extended. So do you think that we are running out of time here, or do you think that there will be a ceasefire extension?
Nobody, Imran Khan, is talking about extension. As I said, maybe trying to use this as element of
I didn't even mean to use focus, but hey, it worked.
Push the other side to reach toward, achieving a kind of understanding. But there should be an extension, or within the framework which is being agreed, they can address the issue. However, in the initial ceasefire agreement, this has been predicted, and based on mutual agreement, they can extend it as long as it takes. For sure, for
that probably is not the 6 score though.
Framework agreement, there might be they might be able to clinch it
400K?
before that deadline. But for
I need
details,
100,000 points on a combo. I can do
they
that.
will need much more time. So an extension seems likely. However, if they see that the gaps are very deep, they cannot bridge it, they might not, extend it. And that can be a beginning for, speculations that what would
try
be
to
the
do
future
combo,
trajectory.
combo.
That's Abbas
That
Aslani
skill
there,
point
live
to
for us
get.
from Tehran. Thank you so much. Now, Brent crude
Gotta do
prices
a
came down
nose grab
sharply
over the
after
helicopter and
Iran
find 5,
announced
I
it
guess,
was
probably
reopening the Strait of
suspicious
Hormuz.
suitcases.
Markets in the United States have also been gaining momentum since Friday. Gabriel Elizondo reports from New York.
Whether it be the Dow, S&P, or NASDAQ, all three key indicators have been gaining momentum, not only just on Friday, but all week, growing by 3%, 4%, 6% respectively. Now, clearly, traders on Wall Street are trying to move beyond this crisis. Some even saying that
Let's just do
they're
another
starting
one
to
there.
walk
That was
back
bad.
their worst-case scenarios or predictions of what could have transpired in the Gulf of Hormuz, perhaps it being closed for several more weeks or even months. Now traders are getting indications that that will not be the case with the announcement that it is potentially reopening.
How the hell?
That is why you're seeing this newfound optimism. It's not only there, but it's also with oil prices as well. They have dropped about 10%, now about $90 a barrel after being well above $100 a barrel at its peak in days in recent weeks. Some traders are now saying if a diplomacy continues along the right path, they could see oil going down to the low 70s again by the end of this year. But we've seen this in the past. Anything can change very fast if diplomacy fails, of course, or there are some indications that the Strait of Hormuz could be closed or some problems there. Of course, we could see the markets reacting negatively to that. But right now, a lot of optimism, and that's what you've seen on Wall Street on Friday and really for the whole week. Gabriel Elizondo, Al Jazeera, New York.
It's a big deal.
Now, Islamabad is positioning itself to host the next round of potential direct talks between the two sides. Security is ramping up in the capital. Our White House correspondent Kimberly Halkett reports from the Pakistani capital.
There are major security preparations underway here in Islamabad for another.
I hate that the music has to restart on every retry.
Hotel between
I always was not a fan of that.
And Iran. What
I guess
we know is
get
that
good,
there
loser.
has already
Don't,
been
you know,
a boost in
fuck up.
security in the form of police forces. 10,000 already in Islamabad. Another
And then I find
10,000 being
some
added from
suitcases
nearby
to destroy. I haven't seen a
including
single
Punjab
suitcase
province.
that I've
What we
noticed.
know is that in fact there
Are there just some or is it just one pile of suitcases?
that are underway through the Pakistani Prime Minister as well as the army chief. And
Also, this
head
is the same
of
airport
armed
level.
Forces,
It's not any
paramilitary
different,
forces, and
really.
police.
Might
What
look a
they're
little
doing
different.
is extending open invitations to world leaders to come to Islamabad for what they believe will be an historic event. Now, we know the Prime Minister, Shahbaz Sharif, has tweeted that he is especially encouraged by the ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon. What they believe is that this will pave the way
Where is the
for
way to the rest of the
regional
level? I
peace,
forget how to get
including
there.
direct talks that could result in some sort of breakthrough between the United States and Iran. While there have been no dates that have been decided, according to the Pakistani Foreign Ministry spokesperson, they do believe, again, that there could be a major breakthrough on the nuclear front. And as a result, messages continue to be shuttled back and forth.
Yeah,
between
5
diplomats
suspicious
from
suitcases.
Tehran
I haven't
to
seen
Washington.
but one.
It's clear that Pakistan is not only trying to host event, it is trying to engineer peace. Kimberly Halkett, Al Jazeera, Islamabad.
Where the hell am I going?
Now, President Donald Trump says the U.S. has prohibited Israel from attacking Lebanon. It comes a day after he announced a 10-day ceasefire between the two countries. Trump posted on social media saying the
wasn't a waste.
USA will separately work with Lebanon and deal with the Hezbollah situation in an appropriate manner. Israel
5 suitcases
will not
I've
be
missed.
bombing Lebanon any longer. They are prohibited from doing so by the USA.
Prohibited.
Enough is enough. And Lebanon's president says his country can no longer be considered an arena for anyone's wars. In a televised address, Joseph Aoun said his government's negotiations with Israel earlier this week were not a sign of weakness.
Pain cannot remain our destiny, and I pledge that we will not reach any agreement that may undermine our established rights or harm the dignity of our steadfast people, or give up a grain of soil of our homeland.
It's fucking crazy.
Our objective
Lebanon
is
just
clear.
has like a prime
Put an end to
minister
the
and
Israeli
shit. They just
aggression
are a
on our
normal
people
country, and
and
yet
our
they just
homeland.
have to deal with
A
this
total
stuff.
withdrawal of the Israelis, for our authority to prevail,
How the hell? What the
and the
hell?
return of all
Nose
Lebanese
grab
with
over the
dignity
copter?
and freedom.
How the
Now,
fuck am I
thousands
going
of
to get
people
over this
displaced
thing?
by the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah have been heading south after the ceasefire came into effect. Many are returning to find their homes completely destroyed. Zaina Khuda reports on Nabatia in southern Lebanon.
Destruction in the south. Huwaida returned to find her home in ruins, like many other Lebanese people. They've returned after the U.S. brokered a temporary 10-day truce with
Well,
Israel.
why'd they support terrorism then? How come they're terrorists? You don't want your home get bombed, you shouldn't be a terrorist.
No one really knows if this ceasefire will hold. You just can't be sure, because you can't trust Israel and the United States.
Their return, even with the uncertainty about what comes next, is being framed as a victory. Many of the more than 1.2 million people displaced across Lebanon support Hezbollah. Families were holding pictures of their sons, husbands, brothers who fought the Israeli military as they invaded southern Lebanon. The Israeli military hasn't withdrawn, and it has advised residents not to return to villages close to the border. This is a temporary truce dependent on progress in negotiations between Lebanon and Israel, dependent on the Lebanese government's ability to assert its sovereignty.
I have one more suitcase to find I haven't found, and
Hezbollah is still active in southern Lebanon.
I think I can get over that helicopter.
It is refusing to cooperate with the government and disarm. Any move against the group could worsen internal tensions. Israel failed in its objective to destroy Hezbollah. It is tied to Lebanon's Shia Muslim community, people who have little faith in a state that is now negotiating with an enemy. Israel has killed more than 2,000 people, including women and children. It even targeted health centers and medical workers. Nearly 100 of them were killed in deliberate attacks.
We have been targeted by airstrikes, sometimes double-tap strikes. They hit us while helping those targeted. We work under stress, knowing we can be killed anytime, but we never stopped.
There's anger for people
hey,
here
okay,
in
I didn't
the
have
south.
to jump the whole damn thing.
Negotiations can't lead to normalization or peace. They want Israel to abandon its occupation of Lebanese land.
It's plenty of years worth of work.
Gosh,
worth of hard work.
Hope the best for you. I don't expect that to be the case.
It's gone in a blink of an eye.
Not in my lifetime, at least. I mean, this ceasefire, for whatever it is worth, which is not much.
The truce allows
it was
Israel
already
to act
something.
against what
like
it says is a security threat,
you know,
without it constituting a violation.
Verbally
Similar
pretending
to the
to commit to a ceasefire. That's something, right?
Hezbollah says this
Have they done that before? Maybe they've done that
respond.
before. I don't even know.
But here, talk of diplomacy, talk of peace is not what is on people's minds. They are trying to absorb
the case of
their
Hezbollah,
tragedy. Zaina Khuda, Al Jazeera, Nabatieh,
and,
southern Lebanon.
Now in Beirut's southern
Lebanon.
suburbs, tens of thousands of residents have been uprooted from their homes by Israel's attacks and forced displacement orders.
So there's one
Dahya
more.
is considered one of Lebanon's most densely populated areas. Airstrikes have destroyed businesses and homes. Al Jazeera's Malcolm Webb reports from Beirut as thousands return to the area they once called home.
So what does that leave?
Lebanese authorities say about 200 buildings have been destroyed
I'll end this run here.
in Beirut's southern suburbs by Israeli airstrikes since the start of last month. This is what remains of one of them. On the ground floor were small businesses, a laundry,
doing these
shops,
early
a
does
cafe.
not
Livelihoods completely
unlock
destroyed.
levels
There was
early.
also a
Okay, I
branch
still have to go to downhill jam.
Hezbollah's microfinance
Damn.
organization that Israel says it was targeting. Human Rights Watch says targeting it is a war crime. People depend on it.
A war
for getting
crime.
small amounts of credit. This is the main
100,000
road
points for a
leading into the southern
combo.
suburbs, and it's busy
This is
with
just
people
downhill jam.
who want to come home.
We were born here, we grew up here, and we will die here until our last breath. We left our homes with our dignity, and we will never accept to be oppressed.
As long as Israel attacks us, we can't trust them. They say we have negotiations, but Israel's unreliable. We're coming back, and we'll never leave here again.
Thousands of homes have been destroyed across this neighborhood. There were a couple of dozen apartments in this building reduced to rubble. Even the neighbors' apartments, several of them destroyed by the force of the blast.
Where the fuck is
Following
M?
the ceasefire,
Oh, it's just up there.
The owners of this cafe are trying to get it open again. People say it's a neighborhood meeting point here in the southern suburbs. People are keen for life to get back to normal as soon as possible. Malcolm Webb, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
Now, rights groups are saying the destruction and targeting of residential areas in southern Lebanon may amount to war crimes. Jalid Ager takes a look at the impact on infrastructure and residents in the
Israel committing war crimes? Come on.
The Israeli military has killed more than
Next, you'll tell me that the U.S. is committing war crimes.
Since March
That's crazy. You're saying crazy facts right now.
South.
I mean lies.
That's where Israeli forces have launched
What's the
a
U.S.
ground
word for
invasion and
Hezbollah?
are occupying swathes of territory. But across Lebanon, Israel's attacks have either damaged or destroyed nearly 40,000 housing units in the first 35 days of the conflict. Now, that's according to the National Council for Scientific Research.
I died.
And that
fuck.
number amounts to an average of just over 1,000 homes per day. The fighting has displaced at least 1.2 million people nationwide. Many of them have fled southern areas towards the north, which they consider safer, and others have crossed the border into Syria. But many have been forced to sleep outside, often in the streets without access to adequate water, food, or medical care. Israel has also systematically targeted civilian infrastructure, and that includes, again, either destroying or damaging the main bridges that cross the Litani River, as you can see here. And these connect the south to the rest of
got
Lebanon.
one thing at least.
These are satellite images showing the Kashmir Bridge. And as
So
you can
Japan
see in
over
the
the
before
giant
and
grate
afters,
and the secret
the
tape.
damage from those Israeli strikes is severe. Now, this bridge was an important link to hospitals and schools for people in the region. As part of its occupation and invasion, the Israeli military has been leveling entire villages in southern Lebanon. And rights groups say the systematic demolition of residential areas, which you can clearly see here, may amount to a war crime.
You're watching Al Jazeera. I'm Imran Khan. A reminder of our
You
top stories
fuck.
this hour. Iran says it's reopened the Strait of Hormuz, but insists the United States must end its naval blockade for it to remain open. Iran says ships can only pass through a designated route and with Tehran's authorization. The US president says that a blockade remains on Iranian ports until a deal is reached.
That works.
And Washington and Tehran could be heading for a second round of talks, possibly within the next coming days. Trump claims a deal is mostly complete, but an Iranian source has told Al Jazeera that negotiations are still at a very early stage.
Very early stage.
Brent
Well, did
crude
they actually have
prices
somebody
are
at the
down
talks who
sharply
could
after
understand what was
Iran
going on this time?
announced it was reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Oil is still up significantly since the Iran war began, but it's dropping since the ceasefire was announced last week. And thousands of Lebanese civilians displaced by the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah are returning to their homes after a ceasefire came into effect. Trump says the U.S. has prohibited Israel from attacking Lebanon. Now, earlier, my colleague Fali Batibo talked to Donald Heflin, a senior fellow of diplomatic practice at Tufts University and a former U.S. ambassador. He says the ability of Iran to close down the Strait of Hormuz has emboldened the country's sovereignty.
Trump and the Iranians have similar negotiating styles.
Oh man, they better censor this song.
Eventually, you get there. I think
they
right
sure did.
now,
They had to censor that shit, but they don't have to censor Jew. They just have to censor the N-word. Makes sense, I guess.
One side wants
But
the other
damn,
to do something first. The other side
one is
wants to do
actually
it
a
the other
slur.
way
The other one's
around.
just, you know, the name of a people
Pakistanis
group.
have been very patient during this process. I think we'll get there fairly soon. I heard Trump say on the runway at Phoenix Airport today that we would only open up the blockade against
Right
Iranian
over the
ports
deadline.
and vessels going into Iranian ports once the final deal is concluded. Iran would like to have that done before the final deal is concluded. These things are worked out in peace talks all the time.
And so what concessions do you expect each side to make
What
on
the
the nuclear
what the
issue,
fuck
for
you-
example? Do you think the
That's some
Iranians are
bullshit.
likely to do any of what Trump has said there?
They should strongly consider, because they've learned something very important in the last few weeks. They don't need nuclear weapons as a deterrent. Their deterrent is their ability to shut down the Straits of Hormuz anytime they want to. And nobody can take that away from them, because they can do it with drones, they can do it with small boats. They thought all this time they needed nuclear
on
weapons to
Hollywood
make
Boulevard,
people
the
respect
day
their
she
sovereignty, not
left.
attack
It
them.
felt sad.
The truth is their
It
control over
felt
those straits is their
sad.
strongest
It
defense.
So
felt
do you think
sad.
this war has made Iran stronger or weaker?
Get out.
I think it has emboldened them and made
Get
them somewhat stronger. They now know that a massive aerial assault will not change their regime. They now know they probably don't even need their nuclear weapons anymore.
Flying over the daytime.
America has found that regime change is not going to work unless we send a bunch of ground troops there, which we're very unlikely to do. They found because of that, they found that they can't really take the nuclear option off the table for Iran unless Iran is willing to trade it away for some major concessions. I'd give Iran the edge on this one.
Now let's take a look at some other news now. Palestinian Prisoners' Day is observed every year on April 17th
all right.
to draw attention to the conditions of those held in Israeli jails. The number of imprisoned Palestinians
Not a
has
good
doubled
time to
since
say
the
A, all
start of
right. That
Israel's
was a
war
bad
in
time to
Gaza
seem
in
like I was
October
excited.
2023. There are now more than 9,600
Happy Palestinian
held in
Prisoners
Israeli
Day.
prisons,
That's
both
a
in
very,
Israel and the
very
occupied West Bank.
cheerful
The number
occurrence.
of administrative detainees, those held without charge or trial, has risen to more than 3,500. Just over 1,300
Anyway.
were held before the war. The number of child prisoners under the age of 18 has exceeded 350,
there.
with about half
I think I can get to
held
that.
without trial or charge. And since
I already did the next level,
2023,
right?
At least 89 people have died in
No,
Israeli
I
prisons.
only have 4
reportedly
goals, so I
due
need
to
2
hunger,
more.
medical
The score
negligence
ones will get
and
that.
torture.
But let's try to get that
Rights groups
tape.
say this is part of a wider system of repression targeting Palestinian prisoners. Dalia Al-Masri reports.
Since being released from
Up
an
jumped the
Israeli
boogie
prison,
delivering, I can't.
Palestinian journalist Esma Haresh says she does not feel safe enough to work. In 2024, Israeli
Oh.
forces raided her home in the occupied West Bank.
How the hell you
They
get
held
up
her
there?
for 6 months, but she was never charged.
Every Palestinian holds his or her own dignity as something sacred, but Israeli forces are always trying to wound our dignity, to injure our humanity. Once a person is stripped of both dignity and humanity, he is broken.
She says Israel's prisons are designed to break detainees in the hopes they eventually flee Palestine. Israeli forces arrested Zahir al-Majdalawi in North Gaza in
1 foot
October
nose manual.
2024, just as he and his family were about to flee their home. His daughter was crying, but the soldiers forced her and her mother to leave. First, they took him to Sedtim in prison, an Israeli military base in the Negev desert, and later to Ofer prison in the occupied West Bank.
Abuse and torture were systemic. Israeli soldiers used tear gas and rubber bullets on us. They used extreme physical force. On a daily basis, each detainee was dragged, blindfolded, and with his hands tied behind his back.
By the time he was released back to Gaza, a year had already passed. He found his family had been displaced, living in a small, worn-out tent. But the pain of detention is still heavy from the outside. Israeli forces took Shayma Nasser's husband during a military operation in Khan Yunis, as families fled the bombing.
Think that's all the
We ended up
scores?
packed
Yeah,
into a
that's all the
cemetery,
scores.
trying to take cover from the bombardment. All the men were rounded up, many were detained, including my husband. All I could think about was how to survive with my children, to protect my children, and find a way out of this nightmare.
This is the kind of stuff that we're.
Of her children were
This is the
killed
kind of stuff that
that
we
day,
are inviting
and she didn't
openly
learn
to
her
return
husband had
home
been detained
because
until
we're
later.
putting up with it over there.
The story of just one Palestinian
This is
family
our money that does
of the
this.
thousands left waiting for their loved ones
Well,
being held
my money.
in Israel's prisons.
I'm an American, so
Dalia
my
Al-Masri,
money pays for
Al
this.
Jazeera.
Now, Myanmar has reduced the prison sentence of former leader Aung San Suu Kyi. Her lawyer says her jail term has been shortened by about 4.5
proportionally more of my money
years
pays for this than
by the country's new
like
president,
Elon
who
Musk.
ousted her
Elon Musk pays like, I
5
don't know,
years ago.
some
The
percentage of
Nobel
his
Peace
wealth. It
Prize
pays a
winner
huge
was
tax bill,
sentenced
but
to 27 years.
percentage-wise,
A
it's
series of
lower than
charges
what
her
I pay.
supporters say were politically
It's kind of crazy.
And the head of the Roman Catholic Church, Pope Leo, is continuing his tour of Africa with a stop in Cameroon's capital, Yaoundé. He spoke to
New
students
Orleans
at the
and the
Catholic
training
University of
zone.
Central Africa. Pope
Ugh.
Leo condemned
I don't
the
like
use
that
of
it's just
AI
like mostly
to fuel, quote, polarization,
the levels that are in the
conflict,
game.
fear and violence. The Pope's
You know?
now headed to Angola. Now,
But whatever. What are you
next
gonna do?
on Al Jazeera, This is America, bringing you the debates shaping America and the world. Handing over now to Heidi Jo Castro and Anna Burns-Francis.
Do the points, collect skate. Combos over here somewhere. Japan,
this is
the big
America,
crypt.
where people are growing restless for the conflict with Iran
Collect
to
the
come
voodoo
to an end.
dolls,
As
smash the
Tehran says
crystal
it's
balls.
reopening Hormuz, the U.S. and Iran are racing toward a deal. I'll be back with
Okay.
more on what Americans think, but first, here's Anna
That's
Burns-Francis in
this
our
one.
Washington studio.
Thanks, Heidi. Iran and America are still at war, but with just a few days left until the ceasefire expires, what or who will decide whether hostilities
I want that
resume?
secret tape. I want
Joining
it.
us in a moment, Chief U.S. correspondent
ladder
Alan
here?
Fisher is at the White House, and Manny Rapallo is at the State Department today. Right from the start, U.S. President Donald Trump has been overwhelmingly
Cool.
optimistic about America's success, declaring the war over, nearly over, or won more than 12 times so far.
I don't want to be a wise guy. I don't want to speak
Damn
too
it.
soon, but we do very well. You notice that we're doing very well.
He
And
sounds so
I will say
tired.
the war
Can
in
I get a less
Iran is
sleepy
going along
president,
swimmingly.
please? Can
I
someone
said,
put him to
"We're
bed?
good
He's
for
just so
2
tired.
months."
He doesn't need
And
to
you
be
know, we're
out.
gonna
He
have
needs to go to
victory
sleep.
very shortly.
Why do we keep him?
Against
Why are we
a very
keeping him
tough,
awake?
smart country. These people were fighters.
But those fighters have put up a bit more of a fight than many in the administration appear to have expected. Blocking the Strait of Hormuz immediately extended the conflict and the chance of a peace deal. And Iran's made it very clear it's not going to have its arm twisted.
If the American side proposes a package and expects Iran to accept it in full, they know that this is not viable. It's also completely at odds with the logic behind negotiations.
At the very least, it seems sparring over the Strait of Hormuz could be over, with the US president announcing Iran has agreed to
I
open
did it. I cursed New Orleans.
So, who now holds
let me
the
put some
upper
food
hand
down
when
for
it
my dog
comes to
real quick.
calling an end to the war? Each side is facing similar competing pressures at home to reach a deal. President Trump needs to shift public opinion on the unpopular war ahead of November's midterm elections. He needs to avoid Republicans losing control of both the House and Senate. The rising cost of living is also a major issue for voters. Trump promised to bring down fuel and grocery prices, but the war has forced both of those to go up. And the mounting cost can't be counted in just dollars.
Okay.
US soldiers have already been
I
killed
opened
or
the gates
wounded,
of hell.
and that number could rise
This is just
if
normal
the
New
war
Orleans,
resumes.
though.
Meanwhile, Iran's most immediate concern post-war will be rebuilding its destroyed infrastructure. Tens of billions of dollars worth of damage has been caused by American and Israeli strikes, which will take years to repair. Tehran also needs to rebuild relationships with its neighbors. Ties have been strained as Iran responded to US strikes by firing drones and missiles towards the Gulf. And like America, Iranians are also concerned about the cost of living. There were months of protest before the war, and a deal with the US could lift and revitalize its economy. For more on this, we're joined now by Manny Rapallo at the State Department and Alan Fisher at the White House. Alan, we'll come to you first. What's really influencing Donald Trump to get a deal done?
Well, a number of things can be true at the same time. One of them is the fact that he would like to see Iran have no nuclear weapons. He's talked about it since 2016. He's campaigned about it during his 3 presidential election campaigns. He believes that that is
So this left
the
is 6
bottom line for him, that there is no nuclear program in Iran. He also wants to make sure that they can't fund proxies that have attacked their neighbors and also the United States over many, many years. He wants to make sure that the administration in Tehran doesn't
training?
think that
Okay,
that
so I
is
can just
one
do
of their
3
prime
goals in here and be
concerns.
done.
And then he's
Or like
got
2
domestic
goals even.
concerns as well. He wants to be the president who brought an end to the war in Iran. Remember, he campaigned on no stupid foreign wars in the Middle East, no more forever wars. He doesn't want this to drag on. He doesn't want tagged with that. His team knew that that could be a problem when they initially talked about launching an attack on Iran, but they were confident they'd be able to spin it to the American people. But one thing they haven't been able to spin is the financial impact that many people have felt. Cost of living is much more expensive. Basic things are much more expensive. He needs to convince them that this really is, as he has often said, just short-term pain for long-term gain of a no nuclear Iran and cheaper prices in the long run.
All right, Manny, I'll bring you in here because
how could it be? Like, how is the fact that Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons going to make anything cheaper for me? That doesn't make any sense in the first place. Even if that was an ideal outcome,
is to get this
like
deal,
subjugating another country at the behest of my prices at the store, like even if that's what I wanted, how is this going to achieve that?
And that is where
How
we're
the hell is this going to achieve that?
From the United States on
no one's
Israel
explained that to me.
Now, just on Thursday, the State Department
issued
issued
a
statement
obvious.
regarding
I guess we're just going to steal everything from them. I guess we're just going to hold them down and steal all their oil, and that'll be it, right? Is that why they're terrorists? Because they won't let us steal from them? Like, I don't understand.
Negotiations, and that in itself is a signal that Washington is actively trying to pressure Israel to not carry out any military operations, particularly along the Lebanese border, and avoid any sort of anything that could derail U.S. talks with Iran. Meanwhile, Washington is still putting heavy pressure on Iran. So in short, what we're seeing is the United States trying to pressure both sides, continue to pressure Iran while also sort of gently nudging Israel not to escalate here. So again, there's a lot of optimism, especially among U.S. Diplomats here, over the potential window for a diplomatic outcome. But
Party
it is
people
still
in the
a
place
window.
to
But that's
be.
part of the reason why we're seeing so much urgency to secure a deal right now.
Manny Laparo joining us from the State Department and Alan Fisher at the White House. Thank you both. The fragile ceasefire between the United States and Iran is ticking down. But while plans are being made for more talks, there are questions about what each side actually wants and how much influence Israel has behind the scenes. John Holman looks at whether a deal is really within reach.
President Trump might have thought victory over Iran would be a quick knockout.
Okay, we're looping.
Instead, it's turned into something else.
It's a very high level
We've
chess.
been looping probably,
and I'm
but
dealing
I've
with
just
very
noticed
smart
that we're
players.
looping.
And Iran, which has been playing the game since the 7th century, has always seen
Has
the
been
move
playing the
ahead.
game since the 7th century.
Closing the
I mean, that's
Strait of
true,
Hormuz,
but the
widening
people,
the
like
conflict
the
by
actual
attacking
people,
Gulf
have
states.
not.
But now both sides are
The
looking
people
for a way
there,
out.
like
And the clock's
they're
running.
people. They
Only
got
days
70-year
remain of a
lifespans, and
fragile
that's it.
ceasefire. The US has made two big moves. The first, blockading Iranian oil, hoping to gain the advantage in the ongoing talks. But also announcing a 10-day ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon. Iran had demanded it as a prerequisite for any deal.
Both sides probably now realise that there's no checkmate in this game, and as they inch their way towards the second round of negotiations, they'll both know that they have to make concessions if they want to bring this to a close.
The US has hinted it could also lift sanctions, but its chief demand hasn't budged. No nukes.
Said if you guys commit to not having a nuclear weapon, we are going to make Iran thrive. We're going to make it economically prosperous.
Iran, according to the US president, has now pledged not to have nuclear weapons for more than 20 years. It's also made another big concession, saying it's opening Hormuz for as long as the ceasefire lasts.
Oh, right.
Although Trump
I forgot
says
that I
the
can
US
land
will
in the bowl
maintain
and it's
its
fine.
blockade for now.
Dunzo.
Meanwhile, the rest of the world is looking on, hoping that this
Now I
chess
can move
match
on to the next
is now
thingy.
in its endgame.
Secret tape.
And that the biggest oil disruption in history
Where is that?
can be brought to a close. John Holman, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Meanwhile, public opinion on the war continues to sour amongst Americans. Heidi Jo Castro went to take the temperature from a protest in downtown Washington, D.C.
These demonstrators have gathered at the U.S. Capitol to call for an end to the war with Iran. They say they're people of faith and Christians who want a permanent ceasefire. Is Trump really sincere about wanting a deal to end this war with Iran?
It's cool that my opinion, like,
Trump's sincere about
is
anything?
basic. Is
I
literally
don't know.
never.
I think
My opinion is never brought up on the news. Like, not ever.
he's proven himself
Like,
repeatedly not
it's just
to
not.
trust him.
How do you think the threat from Iran should be dealt with?
I'm not even sure that Iran really poses a threat. I think it's a perceived threat. I think that, Iran wants to enrich uranium for civilian purposes.
Do you think a peace deal should include the U.S. having an active role of controlling that strait?
What else can I watch?
I definitely don't think the U.S. should have part of that control, unless it involves countries adjacent to the straits and includes.
Deterrence. That is the word of the century in Iran, following what has been the nation's most bruising conflict since the guns fell silent on the Iran-Iraq War. The last few weeks have seen the death of several of the country's top officials, including former Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. Apart from losing key leadership figures, the war has also exacted a heavy military cost on Tehran. According to Reuters, American intelligence believes that Washington and Israel have destroyed about half of Iran's drone and missile stockpiles, and that's not counting the missiles that Iran fired in its strikes against American and allied targets. Then there's the economic cost. Since the war began, the combined forces have systematically targeted Iran's infrastructure and industries, causing damage worth tens of billions. Analysts at Chatham House have estimated that Iran's GDP will shrink by 10% because of the war. So given how much worse Iran's position is now compared to before the war, officials in Tehran have to be asking themselves a simple question. Could this have been prevented?
What next?
Well, bad news for people who support things like non-proliferation and evil regimes not acquiring superweapons. There is one simple way Iran could likely have deterred an attack. A method that has worked extremely well for fellow pariah state North Korea. That method, of course, is nuclear weapons, and the truly terrifying thing about the 2020s so far is that they seem determined to prove that the only true model of deterrence is one created in the shadow of the mushroom cloud. Nuclear dreams. Iran's nuclear ambitions. We take that phrase for granted because it's treated as a given that Iran wants to get nukes. However, there was a time when the highest levels of Iranian leadership specifically said that they would not pursue nuclear weapons.
Like, come
in an
on.
interview with
Am I
a
supposed to
local
be afraid
Iranian
forever?
former President Hassan Rouhani,
This is not how this
admitted that
works. I'm
Khamenei
going
had
to
said,
get bored
quoting him
eventually.
here, "No, we aren't thinking about nuclear weapons. I have said many times that our nuclear weapon is this nation. Our nuclear weapons are these youths. We don't want nuclear weapons." End quote. Rouhani added that he had told the foreign ministers of France, Germany, and the United Kingdom that this declaration by the Supreme Leader was more important to Tehran than the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, an international agreement designed to prevent the spread of nuclear weapons and promote disarmament, or any other laws meant to prevent Iran from obtaining nuclear weapons. And your reaction to that might be something along the lines of, well, of course he would say that, Simon. He's not exactly going to be like, oh, my dudes, you won't believe what we're doing with all that enriched uranium. You won't believe it.
I don't know. Like, our president is not really hiding shit like that anymore. Do other countries have leaders that can hide that stuff? I don't know what that's like.
According to the Atlantic Council,
Our leader just has
previously
naked,
called the use of nuclear arms
exploitative
haram,
ambitions,
which
and we
means
just all let him
forbidden
do it.
in Arabic, a decision that was popular with the Iranian people, with polls consistently showing they opposed the development of nuclear weapons. This declaration became internationally recognized under a fatwa, which in Islam is a non-binding religious or legal opinion issued by a qualified scholar to clarify or resolve questions on Islamic law. A fatwa issued by the Supreme Leader, who is the highest religious authority in the country, should, in theory, represent a prohibition that shapes state policy. That fatwa created a lot of friction between Khamenei and the IRGC, with the Telegraph reporting in 2025 that several senior Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps IRGC commanders had been pressing Khamenei to rescind the fatwa in order to deal with existential threats from the West. One official told the Telegraph that in the wake of Donald Trump's
says a lot right
re-election,
there.
Iran
The people in charge of the government were bothering
This
their
assessment
religious leader
proved
about,
to be
hey bro,
incredibly
what were you
prescient.
thinking, man?
The IRGC's concern reflected a calculation that Tehran had been making for years. The regime understood the building a bomb would almost certainly trigger military action from Washington and Jerusalem. However, staying just below the threshold and using strategic ambiguity about how close they actually were to weaponization might create deterrence without the political and military costs of openly declaring a nuclear arsenal. This approach worked in tandem with Iran's proxy network. Tehran constructed a system based on non-state armed actors that functioned as a kind of insurance policy. You bomb us, and we'll do something crazy, like, I don't know, close the Strait of Hormuz. Groups like Hezbollah in Lebanon, Hamas in Gaza, and the Houthis in Yemen could pressure Israel and threaten American bases and allies across the region. Combined with Iran's missile and drone arsenal, which we now know is much larger than previously believed, and its nuclear infrastructure hovering tantalizingly close to weapons-grade enrichment, this created what analysts at the Belfer Center described as a layered deterrence model that allowed Tehran to expand its influence while minimizing the costs of direct confrontation. The threshold strategy had another advantage. Iran could use its nuclear progress as a bargaining chip in negotiations while avoiding the severe international isolation that comes with actually building a bomb. By 2023, Iran possessed over 400 kilograms of uranium enriched to 60%, requiring only further refinement to weapon-grade purity to construct several warheads, even if the actual weaponization process was way more complicated than most media outlets like to make it sound. However, this carefully constructed model rested on assumptions that have now collapsed. Nikolai Grajewski, a fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, wrote in Foreign Affairs that Tehran wanted the benefits of a nuclear weapon without the actual weapon, and it wanted the power of a regional proxy network without the discipline to husband it carefully. The devastation of that network began
I mean, they had learned, I'm sure, from our mistakes in the region. Like, they had to.
Hezbollah's
capabilities created endless proxy networks
the fall of Bashar al-Assad's regime in Syria
constantly bit us in the ass.
Routes that had sustained these groups. By the time Washington and Jerusalem launched their joint air campaign in February, the destruction of Iran's axis of resistance had left it extremely exposed.
What is missing?
More damaging still was the revelation that Iran's threshold position offered no protection whatsoever. As Professor Mohammed Ayub, a senior fellow at the Center for Global Policy, wrote in The National Interest, remaining a threshold state didn't guarantee security. Tehran got attacked anyway, with devastating consequences for its nuclear infrastructure, military facilities, and leadership. Iran curbed its nuclear ambitions at what in hindsight appears to have been the most inopportune moment, when it was close enough to developing a bomb to invite a preemptive attack, but not close enough to deter one. However, today, the entire architecture of their deterrence strategy lies in ruins. I mean, deterrence can't be outsourced to proxies when those proxies are dead or incapacitated. And the whole let's get close to a nuke without actually crossing the threshold method clearly didn't work out so great. For Iranian officials surveying this wreckage of the deterrence architecture, there is an obvious lesson to be drawn. What marks out Iran and Venezuela from the other nations Trump has previously threatened but never actually attacked, like North Korea or Greenland, is simple. Both either have, or in NATO member Greenland's case, are protected by nuclear weapons. Now, before we get into the logical endpoint of all of this, a quick pause to tell you about our own secret
They would never use
superweapon,
nukes to defend Greenland.
No which is our subscriber site for people who watch these videos.
Now, the thing where they bombed the airport in case we took it, then yeah, but they would do that.
Every week we publish two
nuke their own
videos
country
and
so we don't take it. No
written
way.
articles
No way.
digging behind the headlines
That'd be
and
crazy.
the stories shaping
I mean,
your
that
world.
would be crazy.
Just recently, for example, we did a deep dive on why the Iranian people didn't rise up at the start of the war, while our podcast team have been busy producing a weekly hour-long discussion on the war and its effects on the surrounding region, the Middle East Roundtable. And that's not even mentioning all of the other videos and pods covering wars from Sudan to Ukraine. You can access all of this for just $5 a month or $50 a year. That's fronts.co. Check it out. And now back to the video. Lessons from North Korea and Russia. For North Korea's Kim Jong-un, nuclear weapons are a guarantor of regime security, and he has no intention of giving them up. Despite sanctions that have lasted since 2006, Pyongyang has succeeded in amassing dozens of nukes and is in the process of qualitatively refining and quantitatively expanding its nuclear force. Importantly for today's episode, nobody bombs North Korea. Instead, they try to get to the negotiating table, and Kim Jong-un had 3 high-profile meetings with President Trump in his first term. The highest official that the Iranians have sat across from in negotiations is Vice President J.D. Vance, who doesn't have the authority to agree to a deal and instead has to report back to President Trump. The lesson from this is pretty clear. Under Trump, nuclear powers get Washington's respect, no matter how begrudging it might be in the case of NATO allies France and Britain, and non-nuclear powers get junior officials who need approval from the actual adults in the room. It's a lesson that has repeated itself across the world in recent years. When Russia invaded Ukraine in February 2022, NATO never came close to directly intervening due to fear of escalation from a nuclear-armed opponent. Moscow proceeded to wage a brutal war against its neighbor while NATO watched. Western governments condemned Russian atrocities, imposed sanctions, and provided intelligence support, but stopped well short of direct military engagement. However, this fear of nukes was and is a two-way street. Rather than directly intervene, NATO pumped weapons into Ukraine, totaling about 220,000 tons of military assistance in 2025 alone, including stuff Putin previously called red lines, like advanced main battle tanks, HIMARS rocket systems, and Storm Shadow missiles. Russia could see all of this happening and was clearly unhappy. Despite repeated threats from guys like former defense
who is
minister
naming
Sergei
these
Shoigu,
things? Why do we have
Moscow
these fucking
never
anime
took the step
fans
of
in the
bombing
military? Like, this shit is serious, guys. Why isn't your weapon named the Alpha? Not Alpha. They wouldn't take that seriously either.
Using small numbers
the Gamma 4812C. Like, why is that not what your weapons are called? Why are they called the big dick, massive, hard cock? Like, why?
NATO refrains from intervening in Ukraine, and Russia refrains from seriously attacking NATO because both sides are terrified of nuclear Armageddon. Meanwhile, Ukraine, which inherited a vast stockpile of nukes at the collapse of the USSR, only to voluntarily surrender them all, has been getting continuously bombed for over 4 years now. For Tehran,
don't give up your nukes.
The conclusions
although if everybody has them, it's not going to be
conventional
special
military
anymore.
Strength doesn't deter nuclear powers. International agreements don't deter nuclear powers. Being strategically valuable to the West doesn't deter nuclear powers. The only thing that reliably deters nuclear powers is, drumroll please,
nuclear powers.
Other nuclear powers. But understanding that nuclear weapons are the answer creates its own set of problems. Iran now faces what game theorists would recognize as a strategic bind. Logically, the best thing for Iran to do is build the bomb. Yet pursuing the bomb always guarantees detection, and detection invites exactly the kind of devastating military response Iran is trying to avoid, especially since the act of getting the bomb is not quite as easy as you might assume. In 2024, the International Atomic Energy Agency estimated that Iran's breakout time, the amount of time it would take Tehran to produce enough weapons-grade fissile material for one nuclear bomb, had fallen to weeks or even days. This was before the 12-Day War and the current campaign, both of which have significantly limited Iran's technical capabilities. After the war began, the Iran War Room, a website that tracks the war's progress, estimated that Iran's breakout time had stretched between 1 and 3 months. But that's just the time needed to produce the fissile material. Actually, building a working weapon takes significantly longer. Most analysts have assessed that instead of months to build nuclear weapons, Iran will now need at least 1 to 2 years to build a deliverable nuclear weapon that could act as a genuine threat against its enemies. That would give Israeli and American intelligence plenty of time to detect the efforts. The surveillance apparatus that tracked Iran's program before the war remains operational, and when detection happens, it's all but guaranteed that Washington and Jerusalem will drop enough bombs to make good on Trump's threat to return the country to the Stone Age. And yet, despite these risks, the current incentive structure points relentlessly toward nukes. Iran's leadership watched North Korea endure worse isolation while building an arsenal. They watched Russia invade Ukraine while NATO held back from direct confrontation. They watched weapons flow through Poland to kill Russian soldiers while Moscow refrained from striking NATO territory. The rational calculation, from Tehran's perspective, increasingly favors accepting the risks of pursuit. A crude device that could be assembled and tested quickly might not provide the sophisticated deterrence that Iran would prefer, but it would fundamentally alter the strategic environment in the Middle East. Even a single successful test would force Washington and Jerusalem to carefully weigh up whether further strikes would be worth the risk. And for Tehran, that's the best possible outcome. What comes next?
Probably
so if Iran manages to
built a nuclear weapon,
and again, that is a really big if, given all the challenges they would face, the consequences will extend far beyond Iran's immediate security environment. It would show leaders around the world that, regardless of the pressure, building a nuclear bomb is the best way to protect your country. Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has stated multiple times that if Iran developed a nuclear bomb, Saudi Arabia would follow suit as soon as possible. There are some analysts who believe that Pakistan could provide a nuclear weapon to Saudi Arabia as part of their long-standing cooperation. Saudi Arabia wouldn't be the only country pursuing nuclear weapons. Experts believe the likely proliferation cascade following Iran would also include Turkey and Egypt. In 2019, Turkish President Erdogan, while speaking to members of his AK party, said that some countries have missiles with nuclear warheads, but Turkey is told it cannot have them, adding that he cannot accept this. If Iran gets nukes, then Ankara will almost certainly view this as an opportunity to further its own nuclear ambitions. Similarly, the UAE and Egypt would also want to acquire nuclear weapons to maintain the balance of power in the region. And while it might take some of these countries longer than others, once that ball is rolling, it will be hard to stop, and not just in the Middle East. An April 2025 poll by the Asan Institute for Policy Studies found that roughly 76% of South Koreans want to have an indigenous nuclear weapon, the highest figure the institute has ever recorded. Less than half the respondents believed the United States would use nuclear weapons to defend South Korea if North Korea struck it with nukes. In Japan, while a recent poll found that over 60% of people opposed Tokyo possessing a nuclear weapon, a senior security advisor to Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi reportedly said that Japan should have nuclear weapons. While the official insisted that there were no discussions within the government on a nuclear weapon, the fact that a high-ranking official could even suggest this publicly indicates how far the debate has shifted. And how much further could it shift should the world get locked in a nuclear arms race? We also have to look to Europe, where several countries, such as Sweden and Poland, might choose to get involved in this nuclear arms race. While both countries are covered by the British and French nuclear deterrence, Polish President Karol Nawrocki and Jimmy Akson, leader of the right-wing
wow, you really just
Democrats
go to
Party,
Philadelphia and
like props up the government of Ulf
2 feet.
Kristersson,
In
previously
proving
talked
ground,
about
it's kinda
developing
funny.
their own weapons programs. Now, we have to be clear that a situation where countries rush to obtain their own nuclear weapons is a worst-case scenario, and the odds of it happening are extremely low. But importantly, they're not zero. If the worst-case scenario plays out, we could be looking at the largest wave of nuclear proliferation since the Cold War. The Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, or NPT, an agreement that limited the spread of nuclear weapons by requiring non-nuclear states to forego developing them in exchange for access to peaceful nuclear technology and security guarantees from nuclear powers, was designed to prevent exactly this scenario. However, it has never been tested the way an Iranian bomb would test it. North Korea violated the treaty and faced consequences, but Pyongyang has limited international connections and minimal economic integration with the global system. The regime poses a threat primarily to South Korea, Japan, and American forces in the region. Its nuclear arsenal didn't trigger a cascade because the threat was extremely contained.
Smack the bag.
Iran's different. Tehran sits at the
that's a
crossroads
death.
of the Middle East, the Persian Gulf, and Central Asia. It borders several countries, including regional powers, Turkey and Pakistan. It influences events from Lebanon to Yemen. Iranian proxies operate across multiple countries, and it has demonstrated that it is capable of blocking the Strait of Hormuz, through which 20% of global oil and natural gas passes. This means that an Iranian nuclear weapon wouldn't just alter Tehran's security position, it would force every regional power to recalculate its strategic posture, reshape security arrangements across the Middle East, and potentially trigger the very arms race that the NPT was designed to prevent. The entire balance of power in one of the world's most volatile regions would fundamentally shift. And there's a bitter irony in all of this. The United States and Israel launched their campaign with the explicit goal of preventing Iran from ever obtaining nuclear weapons. They destroyed facilities, killed scientists, decimated the leadership, and set the program back years. But in doing so, they may have guaranteed the exact outcome they were trying to prevent. Tehran now faces a choice between permanent vulnerability to future strikes or pursuing the one thing seemingly guaranteed to deter military action: nuclear weapons. For Washington and Jerusalem, this creates an impossible dilemma. They cannot accept a nuclear Iran, yet the tools they've used to prevent it have likely only strengthened Tehran's resolve to acquire one. Another round of strikes might buy time, but it won't change the underlying calculation driving Iran toward weaponization. The question now is whether Tehran will actually do it, and whether the world can prevent the cascade of proliferation that would most likely follow. Thank you for watching.
Why would we want to prevent? I mean, I understand theoretically why we would want to prevent the proliferation that would supposedly follow, or it seems likely to follow. I mean, I understand why we would want to, but is that not the issue? That we have all these countries that have no, like...
Joe Rogan is, it's interesting to see a lot of these people reposition when they start to realize, like, it's not helpful to pretend that Donald Trump is anything other than a malignant force in our politics and our country. But here's Joe Rogan moving on to the next malignant force and singing his praises. Go ahead.
Did you see the CBS interview with J.D. Vance?
Just one clip.
Fucking amazing.
Oh, so I should watch the whole thing?
Oh my god. It's a
Oh my god.
masterclass. He just
It's a
he
masterclass.
He's so good.
He is really good.
Whoa,
He's
wow.
so good. Has he been on your
Yes.
show?
Yeah, he's great.
So good.
Thank God for
that guy. That guy, man.
He's so good at dismantling those dopey people.
Yeah.
And just breaking down, like she was like, this is a country built on immigrants. He's like, yes. That doesn't mean that 240 years later we have to have the dumbest immigration policy possible.
Well,
did you see this?
Immigrants didn't build the country just 240 years ago and stop anyway.
They just did it on that day.
Yeah, like
I saw
240
some
years
photos
later. Yeah,
on,
no, immigrants have been here the whole
recently
time.
of
In
the
fact,
Chinese
doing
workers
stuff the whole
for
time.
the Transcontinental Railroad, I think it was, and stories of how they would get significantly underpaid. They would do far more dangerous work. Far more of them were killed in the making of the railroad.
Yep.
Yeah. Also, we should say enslaved people as well. I was looking up lynchings that happened in places like Montana and North Dakota because they don't have historically a high black population. There was one in Fairview, Montana, right on the border. And it was because the people that were building all the bridges back then were itinerant labor from the South, black folks, and they would be traveling across the country. So even like the places that like my white ancestors, take a lot of pride in being from, and like homesteading and stuff like that, the bridges and big infrastructure there wasn't built by them.
It's also interesting just the way that he frames this. You know, we had earlier in the week on the program a professor who has spent over a decade traveling to Hungary and saw the rise of Orban. And the whole concept of that, like, conservatives' entire worldview is owning the libs on some level. Like, there's no, when a guy's fantastic simply because he can go on to 60 Minutes and be belligerent, it's a tough way to choose your politicians. But here is also something
Peter Thiel chose it for him, so that's
yes, I mean that's a good point. This is all Joe Rogan is nothing if he's not a tech bro bootlicker.
Yeah,
but
he's
here
a
is
lackey
number 13,
for whoever's rich. Is
where
what you want,
he
is
also
what you're trying to
reveals
say. He's a lackey for the rich boys.
there's a class war going on. He just doesn't want you to know it.
Problem with that narrative that the rich people aren't paying enough, and this is one of the things that I've seen progressive podcasters talk about, the wealth tax, and they were talking about imposing a wealth tax on billionaires, and they're like, stop being greedy, pay your fair share. Like, what is your fair share and where is it going? Like, if you could show me that an increase in taxes would fix all the problems, I said this when I lived there, I wouldn't mind paying more taxes if they fixed everything.
I'm not trying to fix
it doesn't
all,
seem like
all
it
the
fixes
problems.
anything.
Okay,
Not one thing gets fixed.
You're a fucking
and they keep
millionaire,
asking
buddy.
For more
What
money,
needs to get
which
fixed
is
in your
crazy.
life?
The solution is
what is wrong
cut
in
it
your
all
life?
off.
Nothing.
One of the things that Texas has a problem with that narrative.
Like, what's wrong in your life? That you have too many people who kiss your
I
ass?
think he's talking about
Your
California's,
podcast has too many
wealth
listeners?
tax.
What? Like, what's your problem? What's wrong in your life?
So on
You
a
poor man.
California level, I cannot tell you exactly where that money
Everything
could
is
go. And in
wrong.
general level,
My
why I think we
taxes
should have a
don't
wealth
fix
tax.
any of it.
The idea
I'm Joe
that
Rogan.
a
I'm a
wealth
tough,
tax
tough man.
goes to pay for something is almost secondary. The one thing that a wealth tax will definitively help and do is to begin to narrow the wealth inequality that we have has gone rampant in the past 45 years.
Yep.
Wealth tax
need a wealth tax
could
just
help
for that
us,
reason alone. Like, there's outrageous
close
inequality
that
out
wealth
there.
inequality gap, which is so detrimental
if you like
to society,
a stable
both in terms
society,
of
you want
who gets to run our politics,
lower inequality, not
and
higher.
also in terms of inflation, and also in terms of political power being distributed. A wealth tax is valuable in and of itself because it takes money from the ultra wealthy.
Right.
It
it diminishes their power. I mean, honestly, if Rogan were to actually be not so much of a coward and have somebody on his program that would challenge him from the left, which he hasn't done really in many years.
I don't remember that. I don't remember that happening at all.
A few years.
Even when he has like someone like Bernie Sanders
that's
on,
what they
he's
should
not
say
going to
to him.
actually let him challenge him on anything. He's going to try and
we
steer
want
the
to diminish
conversation
your
towards
power because
like
wealthy
irrelevant
people have way
bullshit
too
because
much
he's still going to be
control,
deferential to
over
someone
our
who has
society,
actual
and
power.
it's affecting.
He's a
It's
fucking
destroyed
bitch.
our democracy.
I mean, you could.
He's
you
a
could
fucking
pay
bitch.
for
Joe Rogan
millions
is
of
a
people
bitch.
to get back on health insurance, Medicaid, for
I would have a
years and
tougher
years and years to
conversation.
come.
I would have a tougher interview with
by
any of the
just,
fucking assholes Joe Rogan talks to.
2 or 3 different people in the country could literally pay for that. Well, if we it took their money in a wealth tax, and still have billions left. Elon Musk. We could take $200 billion from Elon Musk. We could fund all that Medicaid cuts so that low-income people have access to health care. And he would still have $600 billion left. He'd still be able to go to the moon. It's absurd.
You fucked up.
And
you fucked
when
up,
he talks
Neversoft.
about fairness,
This
what
should be
he's
an added
concerned
spin.
is unfair.
Don't even give me this shit.
Why
That's
do we
nonsense.
get to take that money from them? Because we can make a rule that says we don't want people walking around who are kings. And that's what a king was, right? A king was the person who had the vast, overwhelming concentration of wealth. And with that, they had political power. And so we don't have a monopoly of that political power and wealth that you might have had during kings. We do have an oligarchy instead of a monarchy. And that is that we have just a sort of like cohort of people who have that type of wealth and power. So you don't even need to say, I would justify a wealth tax by how the government spends it. A wealth tax
whatever.
should be confiscatory.
What's left?
Period. That like if it achieves
5 lattes.
inhibiting the amount of
How do you
money
get
that can be
there?
accrued. And wealth tax in and of itself is not enough. We need to have things like antitrust, and we need to have other constraints that do not allow people to amass so much money that they are
In the first
literally
place.
living on another planet.
Yep.
That their existence is completely untethered from the rest of humanity because they end up having outsized political power.
And like we should not have 2 economies. We should not have a system
elect
where
a president, as in Donald Trump.
we should not have a system where
destroy
like a giant
agencies
portion of the population
that
just does not
ultimately
understand
kill
at all economically what
millions
the
of
rest
people
of the population is going through. Like, that's crazy.
probably going to die because of USAID. God knows what the implications of all the other stuff
That is true.
is.
Trump has killed millions
change
of people
our policy
already in his
on
second term.
whether
that is a fact.
Israel
like in
can
a
annex the West Bank.
even
on
more
and on
evil,
and on. This is
passive
all a
kind of way.
function of allowing small amount of individuals to amass huge, huge fortunes.
In addition to the huge contract he got from Spotify, which is hollowing out the music industry right before our eyes, Joe Rogan sold his Onnit, a company he founded that had the Alpha Brain supplement as a part of it, to Unilever, one of the world's largest corporations that owns, like, I mean, look at what Unilever owns, like Dove soap, things like that, for potentially hundreds of $millions. And all these guys who have hundreds of millions of dollars, this whole Zoran tax thing, they said, well, if you can explain to me, no, we vote. And you're going to be outvoted, and you just have to take it. And that's the new future. That's the only way the future becomes a brighter place, when people like this start getting dictated to by the people who outnumber them.
I mean,
ultimately,
honestly,
that's what's going to have
like,
to happen.
Like, fuck you.
and-
Sorry. Do you
but
see?
there is
Do you
no-
see what's out there? Do you see all the shit that's going on?
The framing of.
I mean,
you can
I'm
tax
glad
us
that
and
you're
you can
that you're
justify
fine.
how
I'm
we're
glad
gonna
you're doing
spend it.
okay.
No,
I'm glad
that's
you're doing
not
great.
necessary for
A lot of people are
taxation.
not. A lot of people
You're an
are
idiot.
struggling
Look,
really
why do I
hard.
care
And
about
I
what
don't
Joe
give as
Rogan
much of a
thinks
fuck about
how we
you as I
tax
give a
them?
fuck about
Yeah,
all
what
of
does he
them.
think the problems are?
You
like,
fucking
what problems does
dumbass.
he want fixed?
I think you're great. I think you're
also-
great.
White
You
Joe
know?
in
I
South
want you to
Africa?
keep your podcast.
He also.
I like that you make
will
people
remind
laugh.
You, when I
But
went
also,
on PBD
I still don't
and
give as much of
said
a fuck about
we
you as I
should
give a fuck
return
about
to
all the people who
where
are
we
struggling out
were
there.
in terms of taxation in this country
Dumbass.
during the greatest economic growth we had, and also mind you, probably the greatest period of personal emancipation, social emancipation that existed from the end of World War II into the early 70s.
But that's,
really,
that's the idea.
ultimately until Reagan, but mostly during the 50s and 60s, every dollar over what would amount to about $3 million today would be taxed at a 90% rate. So your first $3 million, you'd pay 27% tax rate. Every dollar after $3 million, you pay a 90% tax rate.
Imagine
We
how
wouldn't
much.
need a wealth tax
Imagine
at
how
that
much
point.
we could pay for with that fucking tax rate.
If we could tax in that way again.
College
And he,
for everyone.
resented that idea.
Just period.
Because
imagine.
He resented that I said that because I don't make $3 million a year.
But where would
I
my
don't-
incentive be
I don't
to
get to
build
opine
the
on that.
Vegas loop?
Exactly. Exactly.
Where would my incentive be to solve all the problems that would exist?
I mean,
that exist
you can
because
just see it in the
we aren't
context of
taxing
our
people.
our small K.
You can just see. You
shaped
can just
economy.
track the collapse of society with like
the economy
a
also is
desegregation, which
increasingly
then allowed
just
for
a
white people,
function
white voters
of
to
a
accept
smaller and
mass
smaller
government
group
defunding
of
because they could
wealthier
be
and
told
wealthier
that black
people.
people were
It's not
receiving
sustainable.
government subsidies
That
or whatever.
in and of itself
even though white
is
people
enough,
were
in
and
my
are
estimation.
receiving the
Hey folks,
majority
don't
of
forget
government
to hit the
subsidies.
subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m.
Ah,
Eastern for about
you
2.5
bitch.
hours. We
You
even
fucking
take phone
bitch.
calls. You should check that out.
All right, what's next? What do we got up next? Hassan derangement syndrome? No, I'm good. I don't think I need to hear much about that right now. Patel found drunk at work. Not surprised. I don't know who this channel is. The Vanguard, whatever.
This
What
person
you got?
says, I'd love to see you go on Breaking Points again and maybe bury the hatchet with Kyle Kalinske and go on Crystal Kyle and Friends. You know, that's an interesting suggestion given the fact that Dave Smith and Kyle have beefed and Kyle's called him out a number of times. Dave Smith responds and says, I'll go on Breaking Points anytime they want me on. I love all of those guys. I don't really have any beef with Kyle. He started talking shit about me for some reason, and I responded in kind. I think the way he's going at people for voting for Trump is dumb, but I'd still do his show. And for one, it's like, we do live in a democracy. It is low-key the fault of the people that voted for Trump that Trump is in power. Like, that is
I
how
would just like to see some
democracy
fucking
works, right?
humility.
That
Like
there is some level of accountability. That we
And
can hold the people to,
but
and they
honestly, that's
re-elect
not
a
the problem.
fucking
The problem is not humility. The
treasonous
problem is I would like for
traitor,
people
a
to live in the
fascist.
same reality.
You know what I'm saying?
I would like
a
if people
Nazi, yeah,
had the
sorry,
same,
but if you were part of the
even the same
group of
vague
people
idea of
that
why Trump was
elected
actually a
that
problem as
guy
me.
with your
Like,
vote,
I don't think
which
Trump
is,
is a
again,
problem
how
because
democracy works. Like,
I don't think
it's not
Trump
just-
is a problem because the Iran war is going bad. I think Trump is a problem because everything Trump does is a problem. Like, and this includes this Iran war thing. Like, it only finally caught up with him. But this was always who he was. He was a fucking grandiose, braggadocious, like, moron. This was always who he was. And the only reason anyone ever liked him, it feels like, and I can understand this to some extent, I think the only reason anyone ever liked him is because he pissed off liberals. And, like, fair enough, liberals are the worst. But there has to be a limit to your political project just being, I want to piss off people I don't like. Like, that is so far from my politics. Pissing off people. I don't give a shit if anyone hates what I do. Everyone could like me. Everyone could hate me. It doesn't really matter to me. That's not what is important to me at the end of the day. What's important to me is whether what I'm doing is right. And it's crazy that that feels like a controversial opinion. I'm sure it's not, but it feels like one. Anyway, is this a Quake rail? Yeah. Okay. And then another one is like somewhere else, I suppose, like over here, right? North, east. Is there one in the south? Olé! I don't see any actual rails on this side. Any rails in the park? Do some rails in the park. No rails? No rails I can do in the park? So that means I did east and west, so maybe this is one? I'm gonna give that one more try. Ooh, the triangle level. I don't even remember that. I am going to try... Not the triangle. I'm going to try to do these earthquake rails. Western quake. Eastern. The baddest motherfucker in town. Northern quake. Southern quake. That's all of them, right? Oh shit! That didn't look right at all. But did it do anything? I don't actually know what that did. Did that do something? There's just like dirt now. Is this a thing? Okay, okay. No? Nope. Oh, right. It's over here. Okay. The teasers. The one that want the money and the visas. Don't even go there with that. What the hell? This car is tiny. The fuck? I like it. I like it. Well, I like it. I like it. Well, I like it. I like it. Well, I like it. And you say, stayed away too long. Thief MCs be wishing I was gone. 'Cause they'll never be where I are. Okay, I think I'm done with this level then. Okay, anyway. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the problem is not humility. The problem is that there's no shared reality at all. Like, I don't want people to say that Trump is bad because what? Because he thinks he's Jesus? Like, yeah, that's bad, I guess. If you're a Christian, if you're religious, that's bad. I don't care. I don't think that matters at all. I think if that mattered, God would smite him, and God's not smiting him. God's not going to do anything. We're the ones who are going to do shit like always. So, like, the problem is not the problem is not that he's kind of losing his mind now. The problem is that he's been an asshole this whole time, and I just want some admission to that. Like, that's all I want. This asshole shit that we're seeing now is just the degradation of a normal state of affairs from him. Like, come on, be real.
Some mysterious supernatural force outside of your fucking understanding. Like, no, you directly participated in that. And as a commentator, a member of the media,
yes,
what you
especially the ones who were like telling other people to vote for this and shit. Like, come on, you are not a baby. You're a grown man. What the hell? People are insane out there. I don't even remember this level at all. Genuinely not a single memory of this. Bust a lip trick on the UFO. Rock and roll high school. This is a lot. It's a lot to take in. I really don't remember this level in the slightest. I don't know if I've ever played this. Oh, I destroyed this destroyed plane. Rock and roll high school. Whoa, I thought that might do something. Okay. Oh. Hello. Oh no. No, 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 no. Oh, she's fine. I think. Why does this music fit? Anyway.
Say, and what you do is far more important than any just random Joe, like, you know, your grandpa or something that voted for Trump, who doesn't have a platform, who doesn't reach millions of people online, and who is incredibly influential. Like, yeah, sorry, bro, you fucked up. You're going to have to be reminded about it.
Yeah,
people
are going to talk shit about you. People are
going
to talk shit about you that
you admitted that you were wrong about that. So
even whether you admitted it or not, people are going to talk shit on you
Kyle,
about this fucking obvious fuck up that you made.
Unfair,
like that's just the way it is.
Or just like going up to random voters on the street and scolding them. You're not just a random voter.
Yeah,
You're
I agree. I would not go up to random people on the street and be like, "How dare you?"
Being a guy that talks shit for a living, he's so soft.
If I could come
up
with a reason to do
on
that.
Twitter, and that's how he blocked us. We had a totally innocuous tweet where he was tweeting about how, life was simpler when the government was saying boys could be girls and we all had to stay inside a lockdown. And I was like, Donald Trump was president during all of the supposed lockdowns, you fucking idiot. He got triggered about it and blocked us. But he can't take any ounce of what he dishes out constantly.
The memory
right?
holding on COVID is crazy.
It's
crazy, the memory holding on COVID. Like, we have people that genuinely think that Biden was president when it's like the same as Obama being president during fucking 9/11 and Katrina. It's like people literally just tell themselves that Republicans were not president when bad things happened. Like, what do you even do with that? What do you do with that? What do you do with the fact that there's just enormous numbers of people out there who just tell themselves that if a Republican was president when something bad happened, that no, there wasn't. What do you do about that? I don't know. I give up. I have no answer. I can do the high scores, I think. It's going to be tough to get anything else. I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at here. I already activated the triangles. Or did I? No, I missed one. I'm going to guess it's this direction since I went the other way and I didn't see it. Yeah. Now what do you do? It does something, presumably. I wonder if I can grind on that. Oh, nice. Ride the lightning! I'm going to get chased by a shark. Ah, I died. Oh, wow, I literally died. My spine shattered. Sharks! Yay! Aw. Where the hell is B? I don't even know where I'm going. There's B. And where's O? Oh my god. Wow. That's tough. Let's try this again. Ah, fuck. That was actually an okay attempt. It was not gonna get there, but does it want me to go all the way around? It does. Okay, okay. All the way around, I see. Da-dun, da-dun, da-da-da. Dun, da-da, da-da, da-da-da. Oh, man. Didn't even make it. Okay. But it's just a grind. Okay. Damn it. What do I keep pausing it for? What did I pause it for just now? I don't even remember. It's also that Trump is obviously a rapist. Like, can we talk about that? Are we allowed to say that? Like, I'm sorry that it triggers some of you, but you elected a rapist. Like, how do you look at your daughters and your sisters and shit? How do you look at them? Oh, my wife is calling. Hello. What's up? Oh, was it hot?
Yeah, well, I can attest for the hot because you know I don't feel it the way that you do. But,
Right.
But I think like Lana ended up being hot by the end of it, so I'm kind of using that as a gauge.
Fair.
Also, the bugs. The bugs would have eaten you.
Oh, yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think about that part.
I was thinking about that the whole time. That's why I said no at first. I was like, bugs.
Yes.
The cemetery ain't got no
Cemetery plus April plus, you know, humidity. It's gonna suck.
But honestly, I think the kids did like a really good job. I enjoyed
Sounded like a neat thing.
They kind of just they like reenacted some of the people that they research each year.
Yeah. Right. So who was dead this year?
Names that I don't remember. Also, in a few of those recordings, you're gonna hear just a goddamn cricket that won't shut the fuck up, man.
I feel like it probably should be done not outside, but maybe that's just me. I know like graveyard, spooky ambience for people who believe in stuff. But I mean, you know, it's just why not inside?
I think the people who they researched are buried there.
No, I understand that. I still like that doesn't mean you have to be there. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It holds some significance for people who like believe that matters, but like it doesn't do anything to be standing in that particular spot. Like
We ended up in a group where the guy had a baby in a wagon. A couple had a baby in a wagon. It was so cute.
ah, fuck.
Let's see. We talked about some dude named Henry Whitfield.
Oh man. Shit. Huh. With Henry Whitfield? Can you, how about you wait till you're here so I don't have to like have you repeat stuff because I can barely hear you.
Oh, okay.
You can talk about other stuff though. What's up? Anything else?
It was dark as fuck, man. Like we got there only a little bit after 7, but the line was already pretty long. It seemed like it had generated a whole lot of interest. It turns out that they've like won like multiple awards.
Yeah. I looked it up. I looked it up online. They have like tons of awards. They've done this so many years and people love it.
I know. There were at some points in time during other parts, we would stop at a person who would play us a little song and then be like, "Y'all can go now."
All right, you can leave. I don't have anything else prepared for you.
There was one girl, she did just a little bit of like a little guitar solo. It was maybe like 10 to 15 seconds long. It ended, and then she out, and we were like, oh, it's time for us to go.
Oh, she just did a guitar solo. That's it.
Yeah.
That's pretty sick.
There's another guy with a guitar.
So what you're saying is that this is just like an arts festival for the town, basically, like a little mini art festival. They just put on a little show.
Not necessarily.
Maybe not an arts festival, a little outdoor theater thing.
We move from like person to person, and in between like getting historical facts, they would have like a small music break. The next person we would go to see, and then we move on to the next person to speak to us.
I get you.
There was a little girl at some point in time. She was tired of walking. She's like, I don't want to walk anymore.
Aww. Very relatable, child. That was me at every outdoor event. I was always a tiny bitch child complaining immediately. Like, we just started walking. I'm like, yeah, well, I don't like it.
She did so well for most of it until we got to like maybe the last 3-ish speakers. She's like, I'm getting tired. Because she kept sitting down on the ground, and I think at some point she might have gotten like bit by an ant or something, because you couldn't really see the mini ant beds very well unless you were shining a light at the ground, and she was just sitting on it. And she got tired. Poor thing.
Aww.
I'm so glad that we got the little girl and the wagon baby, because behind us, when we were waiting in line, was like a couple who had like 6 fucking kids that kept running around everywhere.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, because at first the guy said he was going to separate us, and we were going to, the people in front of us were the end of the next group. And I was just like, oh man, we got the kids.
You never want to get the kids.
But then they let us through. Like Lana showed them our tickets, and there was like the 3 of us, and it was like, you can go ahead. And I was like, oh, thank God.
I was at the store the other day getting a pizza, and someone in front of me had like a giant cart of stuff, and they let me get through to get my pizza, and I was like, thank you so much. The cashier was like confused for a while, but I was like, this person is being very nice. I said polite. I wish I had said a stronger word. It'll be fine. Ow. Total heroism. I'm just watching a montage that I unlocked for beating Tony Hawk Underground 2. When you beat the Tony Hawk Underground, when you beat these games, you get just a painful blooper reel of people failing skate tricks, skateboard tricks.
Damn.
Not as many nut shots as I expect. There's a couple of them, but mostly it's just people like hitting their head on concrete and their arms and shit. This is what people watch, man. They just watch videos of people getting hurt. They love it. Oh, that dog! Oh, that heroic skateboarder just almost hit a dog that ran onto the skate park, but he got out of the way and hurt himself in the process.
Yeah.
Dog just wandered in front. Oh! Why did you try that jump? That was a bad idea. Alright, that's another Tony Hawk game down. I have beaten 2. I'm rapidly advancing through the early 2000s. I didn't think I would finish Underground 1 in like 2 days, but I guess I did cheat at the end, so that'll help speed it along. So what should I play now, or just watch something, or what? I'm gonna save the game before I quit, though. Are you awake? What the hell is that? What the fuck was that about? Wake up. Or don't. Shit. Good night. I'm not the boss of you.
I'm just tired and.
Oh, I can tell. I hear it. Your head is hurting?
And.
Oh, no. Okay.
For some reason, Anna wanted to stop. She lands, and I didn't feel like going in, so I stayed in the car.
The fact that Kyle made content talking about how he was wrong, admirable that he still wants to try and be able to wiggle his way in front of Kyle's audience, I guess. But yeah, this was pretty interesting. He follows up and expands upon it on the after party. And imagine, Gavin, only one of these people voted for Donald Trump in 2024 on this podcast. We're about this right-wing podcast.
By the way, you took your keys with you.
Yeah,
and
100%.
my water
We've talked a lot
bottle is
about
in your car. So that's your fault, and I blame you.
Blame me for what?
For stealing my water bottle. For stealing my water bottle, you hoe. You stole it, you hoe. You hussy. Where the hell are you? What are you doing?
I'm in the car. I'm chilling.
Chilling where? What are you doing?
Fantasyland, the sex store.
Oh, you're at the sex store. Okay.
Yeah, Anastasia wanted to go to the sex store, so they went.
Okay.
I'm just along for the ride.
You're just here. At the sex store, just chilling.
Just chilling at the sex store, looking at some what seems like a panty and bra set with chainmail on it.
Cool.
It's purple.
Cool. Is it too tight for you?
Probably.
Hell yeah.
And those triangles are barely bigger than my hand, I assume.
Hell yeah.
I love how Anna said that she knew what she was getting and that like it wouldn't be long, but they're literally in there until almost fucking close. It's 9:52.
They got a lot of sex to shop. What are you judging how long they're shopping for sex? Fuck you. They can shop for sex as long as they need to. The hell is this?
But why do socks sex shop when sex doesn't
Socks?
shop
What are you talking about, socks? You need to go to sleep. You need to go to nap time is what you need. Big old nappers for you.
I mean, I am a matrosity taking. You don't understand. On the phone. You're fine. I was just telling Jack that I'm on the way to a nap.
Yes, you certainly are.
Yeah.
Or at least you are if you have any sense.
When we left, I felt like we drove through the sketchiest neighborhood. Just onto Highway 69, no less, but still, so scary.
Cool. Ugh. Underground. My style's been developed in the core of the earth.
I have some Powerade if you'd like some.
Oh, you're talking to them.
About Dave Smith, so I'm excited to watch this. Before we take a look, though, Zach, do you think there's any chance he would get invited on Crystal, Kyle, and Friends? Like, he's obviously had friendly conversations with Crystal, but do you think Kyle will make any attempts to bury the hatchet or squash the beef and actually invite this loser on?
I'd give it a 50-50. I'd say that there's a chance that you catch Kyle on a day where he's like, yeah, I'll fucking talk to this guy. I'd like to get to the bottom of this. I'd like to fucking talk to him, whatever. He's a guy with a lot of media presence. I'm a guy with a lot of media presence. Let's fucking just talk about it, right? He's anti-Trump now. We need all the people anti-Trump that we can get. I also could see Kyle being like, nah, fuck that guy. I don't care about him. I don't want to have him on the show. You know what I mean? I feel like it could really break either way. What do you think?
I totally agree. Yeah, I think it's like a 50-50 shot. I kind of hope it happens, though, just because I really do like when Kyle debates people and disagrees with people. And I do think that Crystal, Kyle, and Friends would be even better if they had more contentious sort of debate style conversations. Like, not that I don't really enjoy that show, but I do think that both Crystal and Kyle really excel, when they're in, those sort of contentious debate settings. And I would like to see more of that. So, like, yeah, might as well hash it out. Might as well have him on. But I could also see why Kyle would say, not worth it. I don't want to give this guy any more attention.
Yeah.
I'm the angry teenager that I always am. I am out. But there's this thing where people would say forever that that MAGA is a cult, or Trump supporters are like a cult-like following. And I also see right now a lot of people, who have been like really calling people out who voted for Donald Trump or something like that. And so I say this again from the position, which I understand is a weak position to argue from, where I'm already admitting that, like, yes, probably it was wrong to vote for Donald Trump. But also, I'll just say some names here, but I've gotten into some public arguments with Kyle Kalinske and Mehdi Hassan and others like that, who, by the way, I'm not trying to fight with either of those guys.
Hey,
I know you'd get squashed into an oblivion.
Is there more to this video, or are
you were like,
starting?
Hey guys, I know I voted
you
for
can't be starting this video off by being like, yeah, I fucked up, but some people are being mean to me about that, and that's just unacceptable. No one better say words to me about how I dramatically fucked this up. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Don't say that. What are you doing? Let's make a new scene. Let's get like copy you in here. Oh, I should just go to what is it? Studio mode. Controls, studio mode. Okay, I'm still outputting that. Now I'm looking at wildest. Now I duplicate in here. So this is a preview of the new thing, and this is the actual thing. Okay.
Can you hear me a bit better now that we're not like out in the sticks?
I can hear you, but I know you're talking to other people. It's distracting.
You're fine.
You damn right I am. I don't worry about it too much until I know for a fact you're talking to me. So I just don't bother for the rest of the time, because I ain't gonna worry myself about that. I ain't got the mental. I got too much shit going on in my head already. I don't need to be worrying about whether you're talking to me at what time when you're talking to other people. Ooh, I could make this actually drag this out and put this like. Suckers get sliced and sauteed.
Those are 5%. The Jack 1%.
Donald Trump when it was the most obvious what he was going to do, and there was the least amount of evidence to support any of the claims I've been making up until the election. Let's forget all of that. And actually, I would like to stack the deck in my favor again. Like, it's totally nuts.
Yeah, it's and also again, just trying to be like, oh, well, me, I'm just a voter. Why are you vote shaming? It's like, bitch, you're not just a fucking voter. You're not just some like 80-year-old lead poisoned Fox News grandpa who voted for Trump or whatever. Like, you're a member of the media. You're an influencer. It matters more what you say and who you promote than just your average voter that you're trying to lump yourself in with and act like, Kyle's just going after the voters. Can you believe it? He's just going after the voters. It's like you're more than just a fucking voter. And as I said, we live in a democracy, and that's how fucking Donald Trump got elected, because the voters voted him into office. So therefore, yeah, we do have to, offer up some accountability.
Totally.
Agree with them on everything, but we sure do agree on some really important stuff, and I'm not. But they're going around like constantly going like, hey, you voted for Donald Trump. Well, look at you, Joe Rogan. You're criticizing him now, but what do you think you voted for? And just like everyone who's and this is just infuriating me. And I you know, I publicly went back and forth with Mehdi a little bit, and then we messaged privately a little bit, and like we're cool and everything. But I just there's something about this where like I said this publicly, and I'll say this again, that you know, when I remember I was so anti-war, so hardcore anti-war.
Faceplant with this, and I'll tell you why in a second.
And I never voted for anyone. The only presidential candidate I ever voted for was Ron Paul.
This is
I'm
already
completely
so
clean hands
embarrassing
in terms of voting. But
Like I don't even know where this is going, but it's starting off so embarrassing. Like I'm sorry, I don't give a fuck if someone tells me I made a mistake. They can tell me that to my face as many times as they want to. If I'm still making the mistake, especially. If I've stopped making the mistake, then I can be like, hey, I've stopped making that mistake. I'm glad. Thanks. I'm glad other people have pointed out what a mistake that was, and now I can stop making that mistake. But there's people just out here just whining endlessly. It's crazy. What the fuck? These are adults, grown men. Crazy. Just crazy. Okay. Yeah, watching should also be above the overlay message. Oh, and the cam does as well. All right, babe. I'll see you when you get home. Mwah. Love you. Okay.
For 2024,
and then
But
try
I
to
realized that
figure
there was a
out.
shit ton of money to be made on, you know, jumping on the Trump train and you know, getting a bunch of money and ad revenue from all of his idiot, gullible, fucking stupid supporters. More money to be made doing that than supporting the actual nominee of the party that I claim to be associated with, the Libertarians, because they nominated a gay guy. And Dave Smith is apparently a fucking homophobic piece of shit and couldn't stand the fact that Chase Oliver supported trans people and took a photo in front of a pride flag. So
Wait,
because
really?
of that,
Is
he
that
completely
why?
threw his own party, the Libertarians, the third party, under the bus to support.
Is that
the biggest
why?
warmonger
Is that
of all
seriously
time,
why
a
Dave
fucking
Smith
lunatic,
didn't?
Nazi fascist
What?
authoritarian who stands for everything the Libertarians claim to be against?
No way. I mean,
remember
yeah,
just
I can
mourning
totally
the
see
death
it.
of the anti-war left.
That's just
Forever.
disgusting.
It was like as soon as George W. Bush left and Obama came in, and the global war on terrorism just escalated and spread to multiple other theaters. Escalated in the theaters they were already in. He surged like tens of thousands of troops to Afghanistan, took out, you know, Libya, Syria, Somalia, Yemen, like all of this, and they were just gone. And then when the destruction of Gaza started, they kind of all came back, and I was like, great. You know,
Kyle, the guy you're supposedly criticizing right now, went hard as a motherfucker in the paint every single fucking day against the U.S. aggression under Barack Obama. That's what's so crazy about this. As far as I know, Kyle didn't even vote for Joe Biden in 2020. He was making a bunch of content saying, like, not fucking good enough, fuck you, the way you treated Bernie Sanders, you're not coming around on any of our positions. He never publicly supported Joe Biden. It was only after Joe Biden had gotten into office he started giving him a lot more credit. Okay, he may have personally voted for Joe Biden, but he didn't. Yeah, I was going to say, he was making a lot of content saying, fuck that, I'm not going to. And so this made-up argument that you're trying to use to attack a guy named Kyle, who has been right over and over and over again, doesn't even apply to him, because he was relentlessly critical of Barack Obama through all 8 years of his presidency and then didn't support Joe Biden, which is your big gotcha, like you supported the guy that did Gaza. Like, Kyle didn't do that.
Yeah, and also what's this weird faux concern about, like, oh, I'm more in the death of the anti-war left? Or it's like, what the fuck do you have to do with the left? You just admitted the only person you've ever voted for was Ron Paul, a libertarian? Like, what the fuck do you have anything to do with the left? If you cared about the anti-war left, then why weren't you in the trenches for Bernie Sanders?
Yeah, that's one of the that's one of the main things that pisses me off about this kind of
like,
person
oh,
is that they
Ron
pretend
Paul
like they were.
Trump.
Oh, I've always been on the left, but they fight. No, you vote. you do not. You're not a leftist. Your leftism, if you have any leftism, it ends at like some arbitrary group that you've decided doesn't count. Like that group is like I'll be for the Palestinians or whatever because maybe I have family or some shit that I don't even know, but I will not under any circumstances accept trans people or like homeless people or like I don't know what else, immigrants in general, like illegal immigrants even. Like my leftism stops at some random arbitrary human defined subgroup. Okay. That's where it stops. If you're too much not like me, sorry, that's gross and needs to be stopped. Sorry, buddy. You shouldn't have been so weird. Why were you a weirdo? Let's make this bigger. What about like right here? Get the pip title like down there. If only I could just drag this box. Like I can do this, but it'll look like shit. It looks like shit, just like I thought it would. I can do like here. Yeah, like that's not the title I would use. I understand what Dave Smith is saying here. I don't want to just be completely uncharitable. Like, it is annoying that someone is like pestering you around the internet because you were wrong, but you fucked up in a very, very deep way. Like, I don't know what else to say other than that. Like, what, like, if you're saying Kamala was a bad idea because of the genocide in Gaza, that's one thing. But if that was not your calculation, if that was not your main calculation, and especially if you thought Trump was going to be better on that calculation, I don't even know what to say to you on that. Like, you must have been somebody for whom grief was making you lose your goddamn mind or something. Like, you must have been somebody for whom the situation was so devastating, so dire, that it completely overwhelmed your rational faculties, and you couldn't even see straight anymore. Like, you just see someone who's tied to the administration, and you're just like, evil, evil, evil. And you're like, fair enough. But that does not mean that the alternative is good. But some people actually made that calculation. So, like, adults, like older than 20, made that calculation, and they must have just their minds were they were just seeing red. That's it. And I understand, but it's still completely irrational. We're not always rational beings. What are you gonna do? But that includes that when you make a huge fuck up, people are going to irrationally pester you for that, even after you've changed your mind. That's just the case. Like, you make fuck ups, people will bother you about them. Is this guy new to the internet? Are you new to the internet? You ever used the internet before?
But somehow my biggest concern is like the anti-war left and what they're up to. What the fuck?
I never thought for one second that this would be the time to start lecturing everybody about how you voted for Joe Biden, and you should have known that Joe Biden was a lifelong Zionist. And Joe Biden was obviously going to...
Joe Biden. Kyle did not vote for Joe Biden, so who are you lecturing? Like, just random Democrats that didn't want a fucking literal Nazi in office?
Yeah. I did vote for Joe Biden, and I did vote for Joe Biden. Never once did Joe Biden is anti-war ever come out of my mouth. You constantly glazed Donald Trump as being the anti-war option. When I did vote for Joe Biden, it was through gritted fucking teeth, desperate that he would get us back into the Iran deal, the JCPOA, which Donald Trump had shredded in his first fucking term.
Do this. And then, like, the people who voted for Joe Biden, who admit that he committed a genocide, are like shaming everybody else for voting for Donald Trump. Like, yo, let's just take a look at what actually happened here. The entire media apparatus that supported Donald Trump and got him his election victory turned on him over this war. So, hey, anti-war leftists.
What he really means is a bunch of fucking idiot grifters like himself online. They go where the winds are blowing and realize there's a lot more money and attention to be had in criticizing the piece of shit president rather than defending him. But go talk to just your average ass actual Republican. Most of them still support Donald Trump. Like, that is literally borne out by the data. What is it? Over 80% of the Republican? Yeah, 89% of the Republican Party supports the war in Iran, supports Donald Trump.
Yeah, that's,
bro,
it's
like,
weird.
I mean, I appreciate that you guys realize where the winds were blowing and
like you're not actually on the right side
to make
of
more
that,
money and stay relevant and avoid total humiliation. Like, I'm glad you made that calculation, but let's be honest, it is a calculation.
Your fans hate that you're turning on the God King.
Body, a single anti-war bone in your body.
There is no positive way to flip on him in the eyes of the cult.
That doesn't mean you have to support Kamala Harris.
And it's a cult.
Your party, the Libertarians, dominated.
Falling in line with a cult, and we all told you this. Whatever. Whatever. I literally did not even like Kamala.
Like, hey, that's awesome. That's awesome that they're not going along with this.
I didn't like Hillary in 2016, and I didn't like Biden in 2020. I didn't like any of these Democratic candidates the whole time. But you're going to vote for the guy who has a fucking fan base, like a crazy lunatic fan base. Like, oh my god.
There's probably more cope on him over this.
Oh my god.
Why are you taking this opportunity to go I told you so?
Because people that were fucking right about things, if you're in the commentary business, if your whole shtick is like, you should listen to me because I know what I'm talking about in the realm of politics, Yeah, sorry, bro, but you're gonna brag when you were that fucking right about something, and you also gonna point it out when other people were that fucking wrong. Like, again, this is like, it would be like a politician being like, hey, don't bring up this terrible vote I did. That was a year ago. Why are you fixated on that? Stop bringing up my record. Like, dude, this is your record as a commentator, as a political pundit, or journalist, or whatever you want to call it.
You said things out loud on the internet,
own your
and people
record.
heard you.
It doesn't just get fucking dissolved.
Not
a year
only
later.
did people hear you, but a lot of it's just on the internet
bro, we
still.
remember, and we're all living in the fucking reality that you helped to manifest.
Yeah, it's crazy how short it was. Like, these guys act like it was a decade ago. Like, oh, when I was in high school, I did this. Like, bro, we're talking about 18 months ago. We're talking about how, hey,
You are
18 months ago, we
grown
were
men.
screaming at you to stop doing
I'm
this
a
because we were about to
watermelon,
open up a world
but
of
you
pain
guys
for
are
the rest of us,
grown
right?
men, and you're acting
it's
like,
absolutely
oh,
insane
I
to go
didn't
after
know.
not
How
just
was
Megan
I
Thee Stallion, who I
supposed
think
to
has done a really good game over the
know?
last 18 months. If you want to call
Open
it
a
that. But
book.
if you want to look at Kyle Kalinske, I don't think
Open a
anybody
book.
has better forecasting skills than Kyle in the
Open a
Donald
book.
Trump 2.0 era. If you look at it, what did he say? In the face of all
Don't
of
have
you
to
idiots on the
read.
fucking internet, oh,
Just
Donald Trump's
open
going to
the
do this to
book.
end the war. Oh, Donald Trump's going to negotiate this. Look at the Witkoff envoy. Look at all of this. Kyle was like, no, it is going to be a fucking disaster, and he is not only going to make the situation in Gaza 100 times worse, he's going to expand the war and oversee the expansion of the war to include Iran. I actually thought Kyle, I was like, I don't know, Kyle, that's a fucking bold fucking assessment. And months went by, and I was like, Jesus fucking Christ, Kyle's right. And then it all boils over, and I'm in Peru and Cusco with Gavin, and we're like, shit, Donald Trump just threatened to drop a nuke on fucking Iran? Are you kidding me? And that's where it goes. Because a couple of idiot pieces of shit like Dave Smith, like Joe Rogan, like Theo Vaughn, like Tim Dillon thought it would be a funny fucking game, make a couple extra 100 million or however much Joe Rogan made, and Dave Smith desperate for the fucking crumbs waiting on the internet with his libertarian racist ass. Okay? That's what they did. They were like, let's play with the entire future of civilized mankind. Let's give a literal insane person the nuclear football. That's what they fucking did. And now they're trying to distance themselves from the consequences, which will be catastrophic if they ever come.
Yeah, and Dave Smith's a total cuck. We also talked about it when he platformed Nick Fuentes and gave him a softball interview. Again, because he wants attention. Same reason he endorsed Donald Trump and jumped on the Trump train, because he wanted money and attention, and because he's a grifter that goes where the wind blows. So just because now he realized the wind is blowing against Donald Trump online doesn't mean he's going to take a principled stand against literal Nazis like Nick Fuentes. Nope, he's actually platforming them and, helping them in their career. So it's like, what the fuck, you want me to give the guy credit? No, fuck this guy. He's a total fucking loser. He's a total piece of shit. I'm glad that, he goes on Piers Morgan and does his thing or whatever. Again, just like Anna Kasparian. But that doesn't mean I have to sit here and give him all this fucking credit and act like, oh, he's so principled and courageous. He's so courageous. As a grown-ass fucking man. How old is this guy? Fucking in his 40s or some shit?
Deep 40s, probably. He was talking about 9/11 like it was yesterday.
Yeah, it's like, bro, you're like fucking 20 years
42.
older than me. Yeah, you're like 15 years older than me, whatever. Or more. I'm supposed to act like you're so courageous because you just realized the most obvious shit ever at a very convenient time for your career. What a loser. What a fucking annoying piece of shit.
Yeah.
I'm going to support Donald Trump, and then just a year later, as a grown-ass man, get to act like, what? Why are you fixating on some shit I said a year ago, bro? What? Like, no, you don't get to expunge your record, bro. This is what you were doing and saying, and what very much helped him, again, manifest the nightmarish reality that we all live in, because you gave permission to all your idiot anti-war audience members to support a fucking treasonous, traitorous, fascist warmonger. Sorry, deal with it, bro. Deal with it. Yeah. Like, why are we against consequences? I'm not saying, like, people need to be hung, like, at Nuremberg for fucking, helping to get Hitler elected, which, by the way, did happen. I'm not saying that needs to happen. But I'm just saying, yeah, you should at least take it on the chin when someone's calling you out. You shouldn't throw this face. Why are you fucking calling me out for doing something that I did? Well, because you did it. And you're a commentator, and you should be held responsible and accountable for what you say and do.
I mean, we don't even crash out when people make content about us for shit when we're right. People make content about us when we're right. And I'm like, I don't give a shit. This is the internet. I'm just not going to fucking watch it because I don't care what you have to say about me, right? I know I'm right about fucking hope and teeth or whatever. Like, Jimmy Dore is actually the real anti-war movement. The Vanguard's just sell out damn shills. Like, all right, fucking make that kind of content, right? People make that kind of content about us. And they made a shit ton of content about us when I had a fraction of the wealth that Dave Smith has. I still have, I'm sure, a small fraction of the wealth Dave Smith has. And he acts like he can't put up with any kind of pushback when he was humiliated publicly. And, he didn't admit it to it.
That's
that's
another thing. It's like, aren't you guys supposed to be like,
lied to all of his
aren't you guys supposed to be like wealthier than me, and so you're supposed to be like better than me in some way? Isn't that supposed to be how this works? Aren't you supposed to not be total pussies? Like, what the fuck? What is this? What the hell? What is why is it that the richest people in society are also the biggest snowflakes, and they get literally triggered over just tiny things? Like somebody, like, this isn't even over, as far as I know, a video of like someone at Dan Smith's house throwing like rocks at his windows because his latest Da Vinci Code book, his latest Da Vinci Code libertarian novel, didn't talk about, I don't know, taxing the rich or something. Like, he's acting like people are accosting him in real life for this shit or something. But all I can tell is that it's on Twitter. People on Twitter being mean to you. It's like, go outside, please. I'm begging you to go outside. There's so much out there. You can go talk to people out there. They have wonderful things to say. I mean, I don't do that much, but I hear it's wonderful out there. You can go talk to all kinds of people. Instead, you're just on the internet bitching about what people said to you. It's weird.
Audience threw the Libertarian Party under the bus, which, again, I don't give a shit about the Libertarian Party, but Dave Smith claimed to for a long ass time. You know, he was like, that was his whole deal. He's like, I'm a third party guy. I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. I'm a third party guy until my third party nominates a gay man who supports trans people's right to exist. And then I'm going to use that as an excuse to support a fascist warmongering traitor. I mean, just what a fucking disgrace. So I appreciate Kyle for being steadfast in his commitment to calling out these fucking grifters and not just letting them off the hook, because they so clearly want to be let off the hook. It's like, no, sorry, bro. You have to face accountability. Sorry, deal with it. And not even that much accountability. I mean, people still watch the guy. The only accountability is even just having to hear fucking Kyle Kalinske occasionally remind everyone of what you were responsible.
Dave Smith would get more respect out of me if his reaction was less like this and more like, even if this is dishonest, like, it would be harder to dismiss this. And like, if it was dishonest, I would not be a fan of the dishonesty, but I wouldn't be able to necessarily tell. But a dishonest take that was from Dave Smith instead, something like, I voted for Trump because not enough people in the U.S. recognize that a strong central government is a problem for individual liberty and therefore like and such as. And so I wanted Trump to be elected so that people would see that it's bad when the government does things actually. Like, that's a dumb argument, but it's at least more coherent than people were being mean to me. People are mean to me online. He said I was dumb. Why are people saying I was dumb? That's really mean and hurtful. Anyway.
Responsible for. And speaking of, here's one timestamp that I thought we could close out the segment by reacting to, where Mr. Dave Smith gets brought up in a recent episode of Kyle and Corin from the other day. Once again, I appreciate Kyle's energy here.
Dave Smith called Tucker heroic because it takes courage to break with one's own side. It doesn't take courage for anti-Trumpers to criticize Trump. No, but that's bullshit, bro. That's bullshit. Because I was criticizing Biden all throughout Biden's term, especially when he was arming and funding a genocide, and fucking Dave Smith never called me heroic. There was nobody calling me heroic. You know what I'm saying? That's just like ass-covering bullshit. There's a theme here of Republicans who praise other Republicans who are slightly less wrong than they are, right? And it's like, oh, look, a Republican who criticized Trump before me. What a hero. And it's like, no, they're just finally admitting that liberals and leftists were right all along. But instead of giving the people who were right all along the credit, you give some Johnny-come-lately the credit who changed his mind like yesterday and started saying things that made sense. So yeah, I'm just...
And only changed his mind because he sees the wind blowing. That's it. He didn't change his mind because he suddenly gives a fuck about, like, Muslim Palestinian lives. He didn't change his mind because he gives a fuck about, like, people whose culture is fundamentally different from his being bombed en masse by a country that is supposedly allied with him. He doesn't. That's not the problem. The problem is Christians in the area are getting bombed, and he's a Christian now. I don't even think he is. I think he's just a cynical. I don't even know about Tucker Carlson. But I think he's just cynical. I think so. The thing about demon possession makes me wonder, but it's either he's just cynical or he has serious mental health problems that need to be addressed, like serious ones. Like, he's got demons, bro. Not good. Not good. That's medication. That's maybe even like outpatient stay. Like, yikes. But I had nothing to do with a change of heart from Tucker Carlson. Hell no. He sees the polls. He sees that young Republicans hate Israel. That's it. That's it. And he knows that if he wants to keep having a job in 20 years... I don't know why he would want to keep having a job in 20 years. Does he want to keep doing this for 20 years? Because Tucker Carlson could keep doing this forever. As long as he understands where the wind is blowing. Like, if he can read the situation... people would definitely buy... Tucker's weird shtick for a long time to come, I think. He's been good at reading the room so far. He switched from like the CNN crossfire type situation, then he switched on to the Fox News, like birther conspiracies, internet, like immigration conspiracies. Then he transitioned smoothly to like white genocide and white replacement theory. Then he transitioned into like, well, from the white replacement theory stuff, he picked up on the insane parts of the far right conspiracies where like the entire government is completely compromised and Joe Biden is both a sleepy, incompetent buffoon and is at the centerpiece of a international electoral fraud conspiracy, wherein millions of illegal votes are cast that crown him president. I guess he's a mastermind. He's Sleepy Joe in charge of international electoral fraud. I don't know, maybe. With his open borders, anything is possible.
So sick of the... Because that's what happens. Like, in right-wing discourse, they act like the left doesn't exist. Nothing we ever say is right. Nothing we ever say is correct. But then, when push comes to shove, they start mirroring all of our arguments and saying all the same shit we've been saying. Without
Yes!
It's like stolen valor. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
yes.
we've been out here in the trenches saying this shit for so long, and now...
Stolen valor is a great way to put it.
One day Republicans are going to be talking about trans people like they just accepted them all along. Oh, that's so annoying. But it's true. And you know what? I'll accept that even. I'll take that. If it just like this, it happens with all the other shit. Like, I was slow on Gaza. It took me until after the students started getting started doing huge protests before I was like, oh, this is a huge deal. I mean, I recognized on October 7th that Israel was about to do a bunch of horrific war crimes. I didn't even know that much about Israel-Palestine on October 7th, but I knew the second that happened, I was like, oh, Israel is about to basically wipe out Gaza. Like, I knew there was a place called Gaza, and I knew that it was like a prison camp, basically. I guess I had already known that. I didn't know it had 2 million people in it at the time. And then I learned, well, actually, maybe that's less. Maybe there's more people in the West Bank. I don't even know. I still don't know that much about it, to be honest. But I knew as soon as that happened, I was like, Israel's about to fuck up Gaza, and that's just going to be the way it is. They're going to do horrific war crimes, and if we don't stop them, nobody's going to stop them, probably. Because even if we took away all of our weapons, they would just keep doing war crimes with whatever they got until shit hit the fan for them, I suppose. I don't know how that would play out without our help. I think they would stop because they probably wouldn't want to get fucked up by the entire region over there. I don't know. I don't know. But I knew as soon as that happened, I wish I had been more vocal about it at the time. I was like, they're about to do horrific stuff. And it's like, this is but the left was first. I mean, arguably the right was first. The far right, no, because they never had this. They were never on this board. The far right has been talking for years about stuff that's tangential but completely unrelated and bullshit to the degree that they say it. They talk about like the Jews controlling all media and banks and whatever, and one world government run by Jews. That's not true. That's not true. But there are people who support the state of Israel who have powerful positions in our government. I mean, there's people who support a lot of other states that have high positions in our government. I'm sure. Like Russia. There's people who support the state government of Russia who have high positions in our state government. Not like our U.S. state, but like the federal government. That's crazy. But yeah, there's not like a secret Jewish conspiracy to control the media, but there are people who support the literal state of Israel, which is a creation of man, not of God. And their support for that state is ideological. And in ideological ends, they pursue material means. I mean, simple. But then the left was first about it being a genocide. The Democratic Party still basically hasn't caught up. They're sort of starting to catch up, but they're still not really there. The Republican Party's not nearly there. The Republican Party has like a couple of people who notice it. I'm pretty sure Marjorie Taylor Greene only notices that there's a genocide going on because Jews control Israel, and I think she learned about Jews controlling Israel, and she was not a fan anymore. I think that's it. I don't know what else to think about Marjorie Taylor Greene. But yeah, it's so frustrating. Republicans catch up so late, and then they act like liberals, leftists were never here. We were never here. We just were saying all this dumb woke shit, and then years later they're like, Palestine though. Yeah, in like 10 years, the right will be talking about trans people like it ain't no thing. Mark it. I mean, there'll be way bigger problems by then, but Hey.
100%. It's something that we've consistently had an issue when leftists fall for this crap, right? It's like, no, I'm not going to give some idiot right-wing fascist credit for appropriating our positions, for appropriating left-wing ideology and pretending to run with it because it's actually popular, good policy. No, I'm not going to give credit to, Marjorie Taylor Greene and Dave Smith and all these fucking idiots when they appropriate our talking points in order to gain more attention, in order to gain more power. No, why would you do that? It's stupid.
Yeah, and it's exactly what Tucker Carlson counts on, right? It's exactly what Joe Rogan counts on. It's exactly what Dave Smith is counting on, right? The fact that they'll be able to wash away all of their sins and then be able to be brought back into the fold by starting to be correct again, right? We played for you guys on one of our last segments 2 clips of Tucker Carlson being viciously supportive of a war with Iran, calling for the annihilation of the Iranian people, okay? Saying that we were the only state that was able to act with unilateral military action and saying that we should use it against Iran. That's what he got in front of the fucking largest audience in American news and said, okay, but now he wants to turn around and be like, whoa, that's actually going to fuck up my real estate investments in Doha. I don't want that. Oh no, my home in Qatar is going to lose value if this keeps going. Actually, Mr. President, can't we take Cuba instead? I liked when you were using Venezuela as your play box. Go ahead and get back down there and stir it up. You can have their next president in line too. No, that's what Tucker wants. He was clapping and applauding when Nicolas Maduro was abducted in the dead of night by our president so we could go in there and steal their oil. But now he wants to look in the camera like this and say, it's immoral. It's not Christian to steal somebody's oil. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you're a liar, Tucker. You've been a liar your whole career, and thank God people like Kyle notice it and we notice it.
Yeah, thank God for Kyle when it comes to this issue, because there's just so many people, even in media, they're just willing to let other colleagues off the hook and be like, yep, no.
I noticed that there's like a particular trend with Christians that I just assume these dudes are Christians. It's just a random guess because they're like, white dudes. That's pretty common. I'm like, it's pretty common trend when they're dealing with someone who's non-religious and they like what that person's doing, or even if they don't like what that person's doing, but whenever they come across someone who's non-religious, it's very common, like more common than when they're talking about other people just at random. I feel maybe I'm crazy, that they'll just out of nowhere be like, they're doing God's work, God bless them, God sent this person, they God bless them, just talking about God and Jesus. God sent you, non-religious person. I know you don't believe, but I believe for you, and so that means that it's the case. Amen.
Don't have to face accountability for the things that they did less than a year ago. Like, why not? Again, these people actually have power. Being an influencer, being a media figure is a form of power, not as much as being a politician is, right? But just compared to your average voter, which Dave Smith wants people to think he is. No, dude, you actually have power. You actually have a lot of influence, and therefore it is acceptable for people to point out when you abuse the trust of your audience and misuse your platform in order to lie the country into a fascist nightmare.
The outro musics of these channels always sound so funny on 1x speed or 1.5x.
For the first time in A Bit Fruity's almost 3-year history, I was going to skip this week. I needed a break. I spent Monday of this week basically all day at a protest with Jewish Voice for Peace. I was just feeling like I was getting behind on all the stuff I had to do, and I was just like, you know what, Matt? Take a week. You're overwhelmed. Schedule a great episode for next week. Push your schedule back a week. Nobody's going to stone you. It's fine. I told my boyfriend. I have a guy who helps me like plan the advertisements for the show. I told him that I was like, I'm so sorry, I'm not going to have an episode this week. But then something happened that was so equally bewildering, tragic, and deranged, and like fully in need of a debunking. It was like fruity bait. It was a bit fruity bait. And then I was like, okay, well, I guess we're not taking a break this week. Hello, and welcome back to A Bit Fruity, the show where sometimes we talk about Deborah Messing and sometimes we talk about tax law. I'm Matt Bernstein. I'm so happy that you're here. Is that a good intro?
Perfect. It's amazing.
It is kind of my scope. All things from Deborah Messing to tax law.
Yeah, to just one big, beautiful bill. One big, beautiful
podcast. Chapter 1, A Russian Nesting Doll of Lies. As I said, on Monday, I was leaving a Jewish Voice for Peace protest when I saw a video that found a way to stun me, even as it becomes increasingly hard to do that. The video was of a 58-year-old woman with short gray hair,
That's
dark
a good
eye
group
makeup,
from
and
what
a
I
red
heard.
t-shirt that read
Jewish
DoorDash
groups
Grandma.
Jewish
She was walking
Voice
up to
for
the side
Peace.
door of the Oval Office, carrying 2 bags of McDonald's. None other than Donald Trump answered the door.
Yeah, nice to see you.
Nice to meet you. I have your DoorDash order for you.
Jokes to the cameras that
This
the whole
is
thing
such a
looks
weird.
staged,
I didn't even see the whole thing.
which it was, and accepts the McDonald's. Trump then tells this woman that he heard she had saved
I haven't even seen the whole
$11,000
thing. It's
on
even
her
more
taxes
awkward
this
than I
year,
could have
thanks
imagined.
to Trump's no tax on tips policy.
The reason for this is the fact that I heard you picked up an extra $11,000 because the tax bill was so big. The refund was the biggest you've ever had.
Which she confirms.
Is that a correct statement?
Yeah, I saved over $11,000.
And the two ad-lib to the cameras about how great the policy is and how it's changed her life as a DoorDash driver. A hard life, by the way. The woman's husband has stage 3 cancer, and she's been DoorDashing to help cover the cost of treatment. Trump then tips her $100.
And are the White House good tippers? Do you know?
Wait.
Potentially. Yes, very.
Everything about this video was so patently insane to me that I had to learn more.
So they had to.
And the more
So
I
he
learned,
had
the more bizarre the actual story got.
they caught him. They fucking caught him. They had to ask if he was a good tipper, and then like on the spot, he's like, "Oh, let me just $100 bill." Ha! Love it, love it, love it, love it. That's an interesting sounding video title. What else we got? Man, that Harry Potter video is so good. I could watch that again anytime, but... Oh, hey, it's my inspiration. This is probably nothing. All right, Mother Jones, I'll listen to that interview. I haven't seen a Mother Jones video in a while.
A lot of people online right now think that this woman, who I will tell you a lot about today, is a paid actor for the MAGA movement, and maybe she isn't even a DoorDash driver at all. What happened with DoorDash Grandma is indeed a Russian nesting doll of lies, but what I found is more complicated than that, and also somehow more tragic. Today, we're going to tell what is perhaps the most American story of this year so far. And to do that, I'm so happy to be joined by two of my good friends of the show, Kat Tenbarge, writer for Spitfire News, and Caroline Kwan, the political and pop culture streamer over on Twitch. My favorite ladies, welcome back to the show. Well, not my favorite. I love everyone on this podcast, but you know.
For today, we're your favorite ladies. Happy to be back with some of my favorite people. This is a comfort zone now. Just sitting here and talking about crazy shit.
I was trying to think of what the DoorDash Grandma's eyeshadow reminded me of, because I was like, this reminds me of something. And I was like, oh, I just remembered. It's a Jeffree Star fan. That's like what her makeup reminds me of.
Wait, so true.
Like Jeffree Star style?
Like someone who buys a Jeffree Star palette.
Oh,
like
yeah.
she fits the average Target demo.
To me, it actually gives more like Avon Lady.
Oh,
just like kind of like a sort of smudging around of some sort of like cool toned, like almost purpley eyeshadow on the eye and like slap some foundation, call it a day sort of thing.
So true.
I have a lot of notes here on what's true, what's not true, what is fabricated, what's beneath the surface of this entire situation. We're going to get into all of it. But top line, what are your thoughts? Did you see this?
I mean, literally the first thing I was thinking of, that picture of Trump handing her a $100 bill. Obviously the ploy here is like, what an amazing tip for like your DoorDash driver. Like we're not all tipping our DoorDash drivers $100 bills. But I tried to calculate, like just in the past year, Trump has made an estimated like $3 billion from mainly crypto. And I was trying to calculate like, what is $100 to someone who made $3 billion in the last year?
It's
and
like
the calculator could not
like
do it.
Less than a
because it was so close to
yes,
zero.
It was like such a tiny fraction of his net worth. So it would be like the equivalent of you or I tipping a DoorDash driver like less than a half of a penny.
Yeah.
It's like, it's actually not a good tip when you made $3 billion in the past year. He should be giving his DoorDash drivers like $10,000 each, and that would be like an okay tip for him.
I also see a world where after the cameras stopped rolling, he's like, yeah, I'll have that back. Thanks very much. He pulled a J-Lo.
Oh, that's
I don't know if you guys
definitely
know this, but
true.
famously J-Lo will take tips back from servers.
I did not know that.
That was a prop. I'll have that back.
Or it's one of those fake $100 bills with his face on it. The Donald Trump bills.
Yeah, they would like.
yeah,
I remember
that's
growing up like kids at bar
definitely
mitzvahs, like you would get like your face printed on a bunch of like fake money, and then they would like throw it out
he'd give you
during
some
like,
of the
while you're like
Jesus
dancing
money.
to Pitbull at your bar mitzvah. It was like Trump bar mitzvah money for sure.
Yeah, they used to do this at the clubs that I worked at, where you would see people scrambling to pick up what they thought were real bills on the ground, and it's just some asshole's face that he had shot out of a cannon with a bunch of confetti.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and the
Jesus
realization on
money.
people's face when they would pick up the bill and go, oh, this is not real.
I want to start with the events that day at the White House. Let's start with the story as the White House is telling it about this woman, about their interaction, and about what this is all for. So Sharon Simmons is a 58-year-old grandmother of 10. That's true. She lives in Fayetteville, Arkansas, and has been door dashing since 2021. DoorDash, if you don't know, if you live outside of the US, is a food delivery app. And Sharon has completed over 14,000 trips dropping off people's food since 2021. She said she enjoys the flexibility of the job. DoorDash and the White House collaborated on this staged Oval Office meetup to celebrate the one-year anniversary of Trump's no tax on tips policy, which the White House introduced with the quote-unquote big beautiful bill. More on that policy in a second. We will dig into it. Sharon was selected by DoorDash to appear in this stunt and flown from Arkansas to DC for it. Immediately following the visit, both the White House and DoorDash posted photos and videos from it for advertising purposes. You know, Trump wants to advertise this policy he has, DoorDash wants to advertise DoorDash. So the White House, at White House, tweets a photo of Trump handing Sharon Simmons the $100 bill and writes, in all caps,
if Obama had done this one
with the
time,
dollars
I would've
flying
been
with
right
wings
there in the
emoji.
street for, like,
DoorDash
an
Impact,
impeachment.
DoorDash's philanthropy account,
This is
which I guess
absurd.
they have, tweeted a video montage they made of the stunt and wrote,
Most deliveries don't end at the @White House. This one did. Sharon, a Dasher and grandma from Arkansas, made the delivery to @POTUS and shared her thanks for no tax on tips, helping millions keep more of what they earn. When Dashers
I'm
make
so
their voices
glad I
heard,
haven't been
real
using
change
DoorDash
happens.
for,
This
like,
reminds me
years.
of like a Mr. Beast philanthropy
Like, I'm gonna
post.
continue
Like,
never
it's
using
the vibe
DoorDash.
of like
Holy
Team
shit.
Trees.
I was about to work
1,000
for
people to
DoorDash.
see for the first time.
the CEO of DoorDash
No,
tweets,
I
Dashers
will
have
take
delivered
any
billions of
second
orders,
job other
but this
than
was
that
our
one.
first
Holy
to
shit.
1600
No, thank
Pennsylvania
you.
Avenue.
I'm sure
Sharon,
Uber's
a
not any
Dasher and
better,
grandma
but
from
I-
Arkansas, knocked on the Oval
Fuck you,
Office door
DoorDash.
to thank @POTUS for delivering no tax on tips, a policy that helps millions of hardworking Americans keep more of what they earn. This is the kind of change that can happen. It's just regurgitating company lines. The White House retweets all of DoorDash's tweets. DoorDash retweets all of the White House's tweets. Now, I just have to say, there's a lot of debunking that has to happen here, and we're about to do that. But even if we take this whole situation at face value, we're looking at a woman, a senior citizen, nearly, who is delivering food for tips so she can pay for her husband's stage 3 cancer treatment. And this is presented as like, oh, Sharon made her voice heard.
Yeah, it's a nightmare, but also such an American story.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's also like just such a distortion of reality because, as we're going to talk about more, like the White House does not get DoorDash. This is not like a real thing that happens. Donald Trump is not ordering like DoorDash on his phone. He has an entire team of people waiting on his hand and foot every whim that passes through his head. It's like such a bizarre appeal toward relatability because it's like, oh, ordering DoorDash from McDonald's, like what a normal all-American thing to do. But the concept of a grandma DoorDash deliverer knocking on the Oval Office door is blatantly absurd on its face.
I mean, to me, it reminds me of those stories where it's like, aw, preschoolers wash cars to raise money for markers in their classroom. And it's like, wait, why do they have to do anything to raise money for markers?
It's like, it's about 3 times stupider than that, because that's very stupid that preschoolers are washing cars, but this is even stupider than that. This is like what that other lady said. Like, this, you can't. There's no way this happens without it being an obvious PR stunt. There's no way anyone's grandma is walking up to the fucking door of the Oval Office to knock on it and be like, duk, 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 and then someone brings out. The president comes out, and then this grandma is like, "Here you go, Mr. President." There's no reality where that happens. It's like preschoolers. I don't even know, building a rocket to go to space, to pay to as a fundraiser, to pay for their teacher's cancer. Like, straight up, it's that dumb. That's so dumb. I haven't even seen the whole thing. I can't believe how dumb that is. Holy shit.
In the classroom. Why is this grandmother delivering food to pay for her elderly husband's cancer treatment? This isn't a good country if that's happening.
No, it's truly giving the orphan crushing machine.
Can you explain what that is?
So this is a tweet. The tweet goes, every heartwarming human interest story in America is like, he raised X amount of money to keep orphans from being crushed in the orphan crushing machine. And everyone's like, yay, how wonderful. But nobody's asking, why does the orphan crushing machine exist in the first place? And why are we having to raise money to prevent it from being used?
Heartwarming. Grandmother of 10 brings McDonald's to billionaire who has grossed $3 billion while in office as president over the past 1.5 years.
Warms my patriotic heart.
Truly. But the thing is that people,
so much money.
they do
My
have
heart
their
is
hearts
so
warmed from
warm
this
with
stuff.
greed.
I was on the r/orphan crushing machine subreddit, and it's a subreddit that makes fun of these types of stories. But there was a post someone shared where somebody said, wow, what a, like, not unironically, what a wonderful story about the DoorDash grandma loving her husband so much that she's DoorDashing to raise money for his cancer treatment.
And I mean, I'm sure she does love him, but that's really not the point.
People have been propagandized so much into believing that, like, having to
you didn't love your husband enough. That's it. If you failed to raise money for your husband's cancer treatment, you didn't love your husband enough. It's just the way it is. That's the way it works in America. Everything that happens is the right thing to have happened, unless it happens to me. If something happens to me, it's actually criminal. But if something happens to anyone else, like literally anyone else, it's their fault. They shouldn't have been doing that. Why are they there? They were asking for it. You know what you did. Everything is someone else's fault. Everyone is your fault. Everything is your fault unless it happens to me. Then it's not my fault at all. And in fact, how dare you suggest it could be my fault? You're being extremely rude and woke. I think you're being very woke when you say it's my fault. So I'm not really about that. Can it be your fault instead? It'd be better if it was your fault. This lady had to raise $10,000 for her husband's cancer treatment, but she did it, so therefore it's not her fault because it worked out. See? It's her fault that it went good. If she hadn't raised that money, it would have been her fault that it didn't. No. Then God, mysterious ways? I don't know. I'm thinking about this too much. They don't think about this.
Afford cancer treatment, like that's where the conversation should start, that it's like something you have to work hard to receive as like medical care, and also that like it's a sign of your moral virtue that you are doing this type of labor in old age so that your husband can survive. Like the reality is there's nothing heartwarming about that because it's such a backward system if this is what we're forcing like elderly people to do to live. It goes against so much of like the other propaganda we hear about how like women shouldn't have to work, women should be able to stay in the home, and men should be providers. But if your husband gets cancer, then you need to start picking up food at McDonald's and driving it to people's houses because otherwise you're not a good person anymore.
I also just can't with how obsessed Trump is with McDonald's. Of course it was McDonald's.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, he's out here serving McDonald's to the men's hockey team after winning the Olympics.
I feel like that is such a key part of Trump's propaganda is like pretending he is an everyman, and like his base eats that up. Like the Pennsylvania McDonald's stunt where he was putting the fries in the bag. Like people loved that. And what also drives me crazy about this is that people treat working class people in these roles so terribly all the time. But the second that it like benefits Trump's agenda, people are like, we love DoorDash grandma. Like we love people who do these types of roles in society. No, put the fries in the bag is literally like a meme used to degrade people online. And like every week online there's discourse about how like no one should ever have to tip. So at the same time that you don't want to like pay these people and you don't think that they like deserve to make a living wage, and in fact you think their choice of career path is insulting, but also now suddenly it's like a heartwarming story. It's like people have been propagandized into believing two inherently contradictory things about this type of labor.
So we've established that like even if we took everything that happened here at face value, like this is pretty fucked up. But we also can't take it at face value for a lot of reasons. And where I want to begin with this unpacking is talking about no tax on tips, which is probably something you've heard about. It most likely, just statistically, doesn't apply to you because tipped workers only represent 2.5% of the American working population, and it doesn't even apply to all of them. So let's just talk about no tax on tips, establish what it is, and establish how it has actually affected this woman's life. So no tax on tips is a policy, like I said, enacted by the Trump administration last summer as part of the quote-unquote big beautiful bill. Now, this is not an economics podcast.
However, it is now.
However,
it is today.
However, as a freelancer, I have had to learn a lot about doing taxes because when you don't have a company doing it for you and taking money out of your paycheck every month for taxes and you have to figure all that out yourself, it is so goddamn confusing.
And I guess you didn't
and
pay
I have to
somebody
give a
to
shout
do
out to my
it,
dad here
so-
because he used to be an
so,
accountant and he is just so smart and has taught me
more
so much
power
about
to
taxes
you.
and really helped me. And it is
I
through
recommend
this
everyone
episode
not
that I'm making for
pay
him that I
someone
can
else to
flex
do
my
it if they
knowledge
have
about
time.
how the U.S. tax system works. But I've also tried to make this as entertaining as possible. So let's talk about
like that
taxes.
on purpose.
Happy tax season, everyone.
Also,
is this? Are we going to talk about how it's confusing to do taxes on purpose? Is that part of this video? I hope it is. There's more to this video. There's a lot more to this video to come, but I hope we talk about how it is intentional that doing your taxes is complicated because the companies that you pay to do your taxes lobbied. They have a lobby like any other industry, and the tax filing lobby has spent millions of dollars lobbying politicians to keep the tax filing system the way it is, or even more complicated, to add complexity to it over time so that it requires this interaction layer where you have to go talk to lawyers and tax prep specialists and people who've spent years navigating this shit because it's literally built to be a landmine and a labyrinth. Are we going to talk about that? I hope we are, because that's a great lead-in. That's a great lead-in to that. I don't know if it's relevant. It's kind of relevant because things like that then lead to situations where the average person is like, yeah, I'm getting my overtime tax cut. Yay! Like, why why is the celebration that one bit of one thing that I do is going to be taxed less? And why is the celebration not that, like, I'm getting any kind of universal benefit, you know? Like, a benefit across the board. Like, it's not a celebration of I'm getting something that will help me all around. It's a celebration of if I do an additional thing in this one particular case, and I have a job where this particular thing applies. It's like all of these cases have to stack up. It's like, why not just simple tax? Why not just the government knows how much you made because you have to already file a tax form to work one of these jobs for the most part. Like, why not just the government calculates tax for you and then just charges you? Why not? And then they send you a bill, or not even a bill. They just tax you. Whatever.
So isn't it tax day today?
It is literally tax day on the day we're recording this.
Yeah, I also felt like this stunt, all things aside, was really poorly timed because I was like, you're doing it in the midnight hour of tax season, but whatever.
Yeah, the worst time ever.
And also because people are doing their taxes right now, if no tax on tips applies to them, they will be thinking about this stunt and quickly realizing that it is impossible to save as much money as this woman is claiming to have saved.
$11,000.
So let's talk about it. What no tax on tips does is allow a specific subset of tip workers, like
Wait, before I even listen to this, $11,000 saved? $11,000 saved on overtime tax alone for 1 year for one person? There's no way that's what that's supposed to be. Even in the there's no way Trump is legitimately saying I'm supposed to believe that one person what working DoorDash all year that she got she's saving $11,000 in overtime taxes alone. There's no way. But what you got, Matt?
Tenders, wait staff, barbers and hairstylists, taxi drivers, and most recently, food delivery drivers for DoorDash to deduct the money they make each year in tips from their total annual taxable income. So if you made $30,000 in 2025, let's say, but $5,000 of that 30 was from tips, then you'd only pay federal taxes on $25,000. I highlight federal taxes because you still have to pay state and local taxes on the full $30,000. The no tax on tips policy only applies at a federal level. We'll get into more specifics on that in a bit, but those are the basics. And so like I said, in theory, this does save some tip workers some money on their taxes. Could you guys explain then why corporations and big businesses and Trump love this policy, even though it is theoretically to benefit workers?
Yeah. So just off the bat, if companies like DoorDash are lobbying for legislation like this, you know it's not good. You know that it ultimately harms more workers than it helps. So this part of the one big beautiful bill actually encourages,
like just to like this kind of business, DoorDash, Uber, Upwork, Fiverr, probably Cameo to some extent, like and less so these online only service ones, but still to some extent, but especially the like crowdsourced minimum wage type job outsourcing deals, like especially Uber, Lyft, DoorDash. These are designed to scrape through the available labor market of an area. Like, what's left? Who has time left and is in the labor pool? Oh, is my wife here? My wife is here. I'm coming. I'm watching a video about DoorDash Grandma.
DoorDash Grandma?
Yeah. I don't know if you saw anything about this.
I did not.
Oh, man. It was wild. Oh, what you got there? Let me get a sip.
I lost the top in Lana's car.
I forgive you.
Baby.
You've always got the best melons.
This snips your mouth.
Ah, delicious. What dog just jumping on? Hey, babe.
I only smell like outside, baby. And just the cemetery. Hey, sweet girl. I missed you too.
Want the rest of this before I steal it?
No, you can.
Okay. Hey, sweet dog. Sniff my face.
She's like, oh, now your face smells like her face, Sunday.
So what's the truth about DoorDash Grandma?
I'll wait till you're out of the bathroom. And plus, I don't know yet. I haven't finished the video.
Harmful employer practices because companies like DoorDash use this to justify, one, classifying their employers as independent contractors, so then they have to pay the federal taxes, Social Security, Medicare, all that, and also so that if they do have them classified as employees, they don't have to pay a higher sub-minimum wage because they go, what? Well, they're getting no taxes on tips. So actually, it's good for them to have more of their income in tips. We don't want it to be that the income is coming from their hourly wage. It should be coming from tips. So it helps few low-wage workers and undercuts pay for many, many more. It benefits employers at the workers' expense. And the issue is we need to raise the federal minimum wage, and we also need to end the sub-minimum wage for tipped workers. So this part of the big, beautiful bill.
And we need to raise taxes on high earners. All three of those things.
Makes that harder. It makes the fight that workers have been on the front lines fighting for, it makes that fight that much harder because they use this as a distraction and as a justification for continuing harmful practices and policies against workers.
Exactly, and corporations love stuff like this because it transfers the onus of paying workers onto the customer rather than the business.
People online are always complaining, and rightfully so to a big extent, that like businesses like DoorDash are subsidizing their workforce by getting us, the customers, to pay for it on top of like the goods and services that we're already paying for. And this is more of the same. It is a deeper like continuation of that dynamic. And people who work under this type of gig employment have increasingly been organizing and unionizing and attempting to unionize over the past few years so that they can be considered more so employees, so that companies like Uber and DoorDash, which are billion-dollar companies, multi-billion-dollar companies that could easily afford to pay for benefits, to pay a minimum wage, to ensure that like their drivers and the delivery people who are the foundation of their business are not unhoused and living in their cars, but they don't want to do that. So totally it functions as a distraction and a way to undermine the workers who are trying to...
Yeah. I think there should be some kind of like... It probably shouldn't just be a thing that you can just do to have a bunch of employees that you know live out of cars. That should be something that the government just knows and then does something about, because that's crazy. So many people living out of their cars. I don't know the truth about DoorDash Grandma yet fully because I haven't finished the video. But DoorDash Grandma was essentially a story from like last week or a week and a half ago or something, where Trump, for like a PR stunt, ordered some McDonald's.
Oh, and like fucking...
And the lady showed up at his door. It was a very strange PR stunt because first of all, the very first thing.
There's something wrong with the sentence about the president ordering McDonald's.
Yeah, like already that seems wrong. But then secondly, it's staged like an SNL sketch. Like it literally looks like it's got a camera angle that it just looks like...
It's all wrong.
Yeah, it looks like you're about to see Tina Fey come out as like one of the Saturday Night Live actors. I need to film. I saw a YouTube video. I'm gonna get distracted with this, but I saw a YouTube video that I need to recreate with you. That was telling my husband about white celebrities I think he knows about, and it was like a slideshow they made of white celebrities for their black husband to be like, oh yeah, I know this one. And I want to make that, and you can do that with me as well, but I want to make that for you.
Which one's Tina Fey?
Do you know who this is? But so yeah, he has the late... Okay, and then the second or the third wrong thing is that the PR, like, shit, I can just show you. Can I just show you? Like, where do I go to DoorDash Grandma? Probably. Is this the start of the video? No, it's not. Damn it. DoorDash grandma. I'm just trying to get the start of this video is what I want, but I'm only going to get the viral versions of it. Oh, here's from the White House. Here we go. Oh no, it actually skipped. They cut out like the first 30 seconds of this. Where it's this shot with like a narrate, or maybe it's like maybe what I saw was a press coverage of it or something, because it was just like, here the president is set to receive a delivery of McDonald's or something. It just seemed like an SNL like a delivery, but so okay. Third thing that's wrong is this though. You can see it still. Like, is the fact that this lady is delivering food to just the Oval Office. Look at this.
Like, nobody should be able to just walk in.
Yeah, like she's just at the back door of the Oval Office knocking on the door.
There's no fucking way.
Fourth thing that's wrong. She got there and knocked on the door somehow. It's the president who opens the door to get the food. This is the most staged thing that was ever staged. Like, even more staged than the time that he was delivering fries in McDonald's. I don't know what why he's so infatuated with McDonald's. It's so weird. I think it's just because they're a big brand and they're everywhere and he respects power. he probably thinks like the people in charge of McDonald's now have some kind of like power. Anyway.
I think it's a little bit more different than that, and that he probably has a deal struck with someone at McDonald's.
Maybe like with Goya beans.
Yeah.
And then he like said, you saved a bunch of money with my no tax on tips. $11,000 you saved in 1 year on your tips by not having your tax your overtime or your tips. Sorry, your tips taxed. Did you hear me?
I did. I remember seeing this shit and was like, what?
I don't know how much you've said that self-employment taxes are the biggest pain in the ass for you to deal with.
Yeah, they're the pain in the ass simply because I have to deal with people who owe the government money and then don't want to pay me.
Do you have any kind of a level of what's the word, scale in mind for what it would be like for one person to save $11,000 on their federal taxes by not having their tips taxed in 1 year?
Can I what now?
The scale of that. What's the scale of that?
The scale of that is that I feel like it...
$11,000 saved in taxes on tips in 1 year for one person.
I mean, it sounds like a really good deduction if you're poor.
I'm just like, who's making that much in tips in 1 year? That's my fucking question. Like, that's a crazy amount of tips for a DoorDash driver to be making in 1 year.
I can't say that it's like the craziest thing because I have seen some people who have made in the 30 and 40Ks with their DoorDashing throughout the year, but that's just them probably just ripping and running like constantly every single day, or they're in like a city.
Yeah, I would be curious how much of that is tips and like, I mean, in DC, I'm sure you get a lot more than around here.
Yeah, but like
$11,000 in tips.
They separate your tips from you too, so they keep track of that stuff for you.
I guess it's possible in some big city, but like, damn.
It's possible in cities where like all this door dashing, this delivery shit is really popular and sustainable.
Yeah.
What I'll say. Here
I don't understand how it's sustainable, really, because it's such an easy job to get if you can just like drive and have a cleanish record. I mean, I know that's not everybody, but
cities it's hard to get orders.
That's true. Yeah, around here. No, I'm talking about around here, but in like a major place, I guess in a major place you might be less likely to have a car. Anyway, but yeah, the he.
I just have to like interject for this one. It's like down here, in like this is a tip thing that kind of affects us the least unless you're working in like a restaurant where you mainly like rely on tips. or another separate job that's not restaurant work that relies on tips, and other than paying you like a livable salary. Not to mention that the people down here in the South kind of just tend to cook. If you're doing delivery, it's not McDonald's half the time. It's fucking groceries, if they can afford them.
That's true.
The most amount of money that you'll make as a DoorDasher
Often, yeah,
is picking up someone's groceries.
A lot of grocery deliveries were a thing when I was doing Uber Eats.
In gas, it's way too much in gas for one order. You're getting like maybe $3 to $5, but you're having to drive like 10 fucking miles to get somewhere.
Right. I mean, you have to pay for the delivery fees.
Yeah, and the person is paying like such a higher fee than like what you're getting out of your delivery. Like if somebody's paying like
the customer.
Yeah, if the customer's paying like $12, you're getting like maybe $2.
Yeah. Oh, the delivery driver. Yeah. You jumped around like 3 times with the subject there, like there, and there. You like yeah, 3. Like I'm like, who the fuck are you talking about at this point? I forgive you.
The customer will pay at least $10 more than what you will receive as a delivery driver for your fee. And I don't know about you, babe, but I'm not finna sit up here and go from Starkville Cafe to only God knows how far down fucking Montgomery, past the trailer parks and down like a few winding roads of rock roads to get somebody their fucking Starkville Cafe. It's not worth it. I use more gas than I would have paid for that trip. I'm sorry, I would have used more gas than that trip would have paid for.
Yeah. ¿Es ese cargado?
I have a timer.
Okay.
To organize, to campaign for better rights.
Yeah, and on a personal note, like a lot of people online claim about how like now everyone asks.
Oh
for
right,
tips.
I was trying to finish talking about like what actually was the thing in the video. Yeah. So like she talks about I saved $11,000 on tips, thanks Mr. President, and then Mr. President's like, so hey, you want to come talk with me to these people? They're not nice. They're very angry and mean people, but you want to go talk to them about things? And she was like, okay. And he leads her over to the press thing, and he like starts asking her uncomfortable questions, and she's like, I don't know, like not there for it. He for one thing, he's like, did you voted for me, right? I think. And she's like, maybe I did. She won't even say that she voted for him. Which for a fact that since she got to this point in the first place, that they vetted the shit out of this lady.
Yeah.
Like the White House team knew everything about this person's life before she was allowed onto this lawn and allowed to knock on this door.
Like they kind of had to, seeing as she's speaking face to face with El Presidente.
They almost knew for a fact, I'm guessing, that she had voted for Trump 3 times. And yet he asks her if she voted for him, and she can't say yes.
Yeah.
And then also, some other like the press conference is just doing stuff. They're asking questions about shit, and he, does one of those topic changes, and he just is like, the Democrats, when they're in office, boys are girls, girls are in boys' sports. That's terrible, isn't that right? And he turns to her like, what do you think? You must not like boys and girls sports. And she's like, I don't really have an opinion on that. He's like, come on, you must think that's silly or something like that. And she's like, I was here for no tax on tips. It's like, can't even get the fishing. He goes on a fishing expedition with this lady that they must have vetted, and he fails on all accounts.
He probably went off fucking script too.
Oh, of course. He has like a bare minimum idea of what he's doing, and he's like, I'm gonna wing it. I got this. Don't tell me what to do. I got the best instincts. My best TV instincts. He just wants to be TV president. Why can't we just set him up with like a fake Oval Office? Get it? Tyler Perry has a fake White House, a 2/3 replica White House, on his Tyler Perry studio thing. Someone needs to kidnap the president, and maybe like 3 or 4, like I don't know, a half dozen of his craziest inner circle. Dump them in Tyler Perry's fake White House. Have the Secret Service there not let him leave. Let him film national addresses from the White House. And then we just make him think he's president. I think we could keep that up indefinitely. I think we could keep that up forever. Especially if we could, like, at once in a while set up fake rallies for him to go to. Like, the Secret Service sweeps President Trump from the Oval Office, like, into a van, into a Trump rally, back into a van, back into the fake Oval Office. And then he just fake presidents for the rest of his term. I think we could do that, and I think it would work.
But then who's leading the country?
Oh, somebody. Somebody would lead the country.
Not GD, hopefully not.
Yeah. I mean, it's not really going to be much better having anyone else, but hey, I think J.D. Vance wouldn't threaten to nuke the world. That's not like a huge plus. In fact, it might be worse, because that just means that they might be better at subjugating the world instead. Like, is it worse to kill everyone or to subjugate everyone forever? You've heard of George Orwell, right? Have you? You ever heard that name? You know the book 1984? You ever heard of it?
No.
Have you ever heard of the book Animal Farm? I think that's it. That's it. That's all I got. Have you ever heard of Big Brother? The show?
Only heard of it.
You've heard
I
of...
don't know what the fuck it's about.
Okay,
Can you just tell me the thing that you were trying to
okay, okay. George Orwell is a guy who wrote a bunch of books in the 40s or 50s or something that were like satirical political works, and they critiqued a lot of what was going on politically at the time, and a lot of it's still relevant to this day. It still gets taught, it still gets learned. 1984 is about like government surveillance and government or like the intrusion of systems of control into the life of an individual person. Basically, that's what 1984 is about. Animal Farm is about like the cyclical nature of the abuse of power and revolution. Like you've got a system that is corrupt. You've got people within that system that work to overthrow that system, and then you've got the people who take power of the newly revolved system who become corrupt, causing the new system that is corrupt that needs to get revolted against. You get me? So Orwell wrote these books. They're very famous. They're very, like, 1984, just the number is used as just like a reference point that people use of like, things are bad. The government's doing bad things. That means it's 1984. Where was I going with this? I'm trying to think.
I'm going to bed.
I know you are. Where was I going with that?
Oh, I did have the timer set, but my fucking watch died.
Ha! The timer was for your dead ass watch. Why did your watch die, ho? Charge your shit.
Charge your shit.
Oh, I remember why I was thinking about George Orwell now.
Hey, girl.
There's two things about George Orwell that I want to share with you in this moment. One of them is that much like Martin Luther King, and much like much like Albert Einstein, much like many other famous historical people, George Orwell was a socialist, a democratic socialist, specifically, but that part gets hidden from history, much like those other two people and many other people. Like literally, he said in one book that everything he writes is in opposition to totalitarianism and is in favor of a egalitarian form of democratic socialism. Like very, very explicitly. But you would never know that learning 1984 or Animal Farm in school. In fact, in school you learn that Animal Farm is a book about why communism is bad. In which, but it's way more nuanced than that. It's way more nuanced than that. It's more like, you know, overthrow a system, become corrupt, get overthrown. That's the nature of history. Oh, and then the other thing about George Orwell was, if you want to, I think this is a quote from 1984. If you want to see a vision of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face forever. Wow, I got that quote perfectly. No, it's a picture of a book. A picture of the future. Damn it. There will be no curiosity, no enjoyment of the process of life. All competing pleasures will be destroyed. But always, do not forget this. Always there will be the intoxication of power, constantly increasing and constantly growing subtler. Always, at every moment, there will be the thrill of victory, the sensation of trampling on an enemy who is helpless. If you want to picture the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face forever. What else you got? Quotes? Who controls the past now, controls the future. Who controls the present now, controls the past. So you got to control the present. That's what it is. You know. In a time of deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. Perhaps one did not want to be loved so much as to be understood. It's an interesting quote. All animals are equal. Some animals are more equal than others. Classic. War is peace. If freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength. All classic. The best books are those that tell you what you know already. There's a lot of people who legitimately believe that. Every generation imagines itself to be more intelligent than the one that went before it and wiser than the one that comes after it. Yeah, it's true. Creatures outside look from pig to man and from man to pig and from pig to man again, but already it was impossible to say which was which. If you want to keep a secret, you must also hide it from yourself. That's good. Most effective way to destroy people is to deny and obliterate their own understanding of their history. Very true. But if thought corrupts language, language can also corrupt thought. I really feel like 1984 is being used as an instruction manual. It's kind of nuts. Anyway.
And you have to tip at the coffee place, and you have to tip at the everywhere. And look, I get it's annoying. On a personal level, I always tip. You know, as long as we have this tipping system, which is very unique to the United States and completely exploitative, you know, I'll do what I can when I get an iced latte. to make it a little easier for the workers. But the bottom line is, on a systemic level, we should not have this system because the minimum wage should be a living minimum wage, but it's not. And these no tax on tips policies just further entrenches us in a system where workers are more and more exploited by businesses, which can say, well, look, we can just continue shifting the onus of pay onto the customers who it is ultimately their choice whether or not to tip.
Yeah, it's frustrating because people who complain about having to pay tips and tipping culture, they don't direct that energy towards our lawmakers raising the federal minimum wage, phasing out the tip minimum wage, and they don't direct that energy towards these companies.
And it's just like so much of anti-tipping discourse, and I think like no tax on tips further entrenches this. There are these ideas that this type of labor is not valuable, and like people who do these types of tipped jobs aren't doing enough to earn their tips. So commonly when people talk about this online, it's like, you took my order and like filled up my coffee cup and then turned the screen around and you're expecting a tip, and like people use this discourse to like devalue this labor, even though it's incredibly hard work, it's incredibly taxing, it is actually so physically taxing that it's bad for your body to do this, which adds another layer of insult to injury, or that like DoorDash grandma is doing this and she is like physically older and more frail. In addition to that, it's also like there's this idea, and you always see these stories pushed online, that like people who earn tips are actually rich. Like you'll see people pick up on stories of like this person who works in front of house at a 5-star like Michelin star Manhattan restaurant says he makes like 6 figures a year, but that is not the average experience of people who work for tips. They're not like pulling one over us and like making all of this money. Most people are just struggling to get by if they are tipped employees, and the fact that the Trump administration is now like lying blatantly about how much you can make only furthers that stigma that it's like some sort of life cheat code when it's really not.
Oh yeah, that's even grosser, because there'll be people who are working this kind of job and they'll be like comparing themselves to this DoorDash grandma. That's why they picked this old lady to, ugh, it makes you feel gross, slimy, ew.
And if you've worked for tips, like I worked for tips for years, like it is not a get-rich-quick scheme. It is the opposite of that. It is grueling, underpaid, undervalued labor.
Yes, and that segues me perfectly into, like I mentioned, 2.5% of Americans are tip workers. A third of those workers don't make enough money to pay any federal taxes in the first place. Meaning, if you're not paying federal taxes, then no tax on tips does nothing for you. The remaining 2/3 of those 2.5% of Americans mostly pay very little in federal taxes simply because they don't make that much to begin with, so they're in a very low tax bracket. So how much money can no tax on tips actually save you? Let's discuss. I would also like to take a quick break from the show to give a shout out to the American Humanist Association. I'm so proud and grateful that the AHA sponsors the show. They are such a wonderful organization that just aims to inject humanist principles into coercively called makers that upheld that promise. Well, the American Humanist Association lately, which hopefully you're not too paralyzed because you're listening to this podcast, so the American Humanist Association is embarking on a big project coming up on May 2nd. The AHA is hosting a ton of community events all over the country, crafting with senior people in their community. Thousands of people.
What is this? On Saturday, May 2nd, we're sponsoring service projects across the country because empathy is stronger than cruelty. Join us. We've awarded $100,000 in grants to change makers who are organizing events, drives, and awareness campaigns to put empathy into action on May 2nd. Find an event near you or click on the thing below to find ways to get involved in your community. Saturday, May 2nd. I wonder if there's something we're participating in on that day. Or somewhere close by-ish. What was it? Figured there'd be one in fucking Gulfport. They always get stuff down there.
They do.
It's actually in Klin. Gender affirming supply drive.
Don't you mean kiln?
Is that what it said? Kiln? I don't know. I don't know this shit. I don't go to the Gulf Coast.
I don't go to the Gulf Coast either, but I can tell that L is the second to last letter in that word.
Well, kiln is barely a word.
Kiln is the thing that people make pottery and shit in.
That's why I said it's barely a word.
Only you would call that barely a word.
Well, I don't got any gender affirming gear to bring to a to a gender affirming supply drive.
there was one of my favorites in those performances was they were really acting it out. I love those kids. Man, they did so good.
Oh yeah, you're gonna have to tell me about some of that.
I was more focused on trying to be in a good spot for recording, so some of the stuff went over my head. I'll have to listen to again, but I think one of the ones that stuck with me the most was the girl who was dreaming about her wedding day. It was happening the day after tomorrow, and she was working as a teacher at the W.
That's my phone.
I can't do my phone.
She was working at the W.
Yeah, and this is like in the 1900s something. And she was just kind of wondering at some point, she really felt ghost-like in those moments. And she was like, I wonder, my husband, who's known as one of the best brickmakers in the world.
Oh, they're acting like they're still alive and don't know they're about to die or dead or any of that?
Yeah, or they don't know what's about to happen just
Okay,
yet.
okay.
And she was like, I wonder, will people remember me?
That is that's spooky. That's a little haunting.
It was, especially in the fucking night, bro, because the sun was going down at about 7, and we had gotten there a little bit after 7. We had to wait a while. We didn't get, like, on a tour until
Yeah, you were there late.
8.
You were there pretty late.
Yeah. But it sat with me and was like, well, when I marry this man and I have to resign from my job because I'm marrying this man.
I mean, women couldn't have their own credit cards until like the 1960s. Had to have it in your husband's name. I mean, we've functionally been in apartheid state our entire existence as a country.
It's very sad.
It's like we just happen to be one of the only apartheid states that was founded on a premise of immigration. Granted, it was white immigration from white countries, but it was like founded explicitly on a premise of none of us are from here, and in fact we kicked out everyone who was here, so none of us can be from here. We have a whole founding story about how we're so nice to the people who were here. We had a cool little dinner with them and everything. We had a nice dinner, and then they all left. They all said bye bye, and they crossed that rainbow bridge into over the Rocky Mountains, and we chased them. We chased them over those Rocky Mountains. That was what the gold rush was. We were looking for the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, which is where we thought the Native Americans were, because they had crossed a rainbow bridge as we settled in the east. They were like, bye bye, Americans. We hope you enjoy the country we left you. That sounds about right. Were there any stories about any natives? I bet you not. I bet you there was not a single native buried at that particular cemetery.
It was a Confederate cemetery.
Ah, were there any black people?
There was, like, as the kids, they were actors. Yes, I'm not sure. There were.
Okay.
There was the one guy.
I'm like, you would know based on the stories. I'm pretty sure, because like
the one guy. And of course, he was talking about shining your shoes, which is something that we were.
Yeah, not only no.
Yeah.
Not only was that something that just like was a black person job,
But
but it would be the exact kind of thing that any random black person, no matter how high they had aspired, would be expected to drop and do for any random like white person if they commanded it, like on the spot, like because they were just lesser than, like shoe shiner, like shine my shoes, like straight up. The level of dehumanization.
There was a black kid, but he was one of the best ones. He really was. And he talked about how there were also people who like treated us like we were normal, like we had communities like that.
Uh-huh.
But man, some of those crickets wouldn't fucking quit.
Did anybody like die in a fucked up way?
The wedding, the girl who was having her wedding in 2 days, mom had died 5 days ago from the typhoid fever.
And then she got the typhoid?
I have no idea
Oh.
how she died.
That is a bad time though.
Yeah, I think some of them mention when they die, but it kind of feels like they're just moving on.
That's less the point. And unless it was extremely explicit, maybe they would mention that, but
They couldn't. Of course, they said no flash photography, obviously, because you're filming minors. But they would all. Near the end of their speech, they were just like, "Oh, wait, I gotta go do this thing. Oh shit, that's my bus." Or, that's the smell of those muffins. Yeah, just random transition at the end of their speeches, like they were just going back to doing their random lives after randomly telling a random stage audience a little bit about their life.
oh hi, I didn't see you come in.
Yeah, no, seriously.
That level, yeah. Classic. I started so many sketches in drama class, or other people did, with that exact premise. Oh, hi there. I was just doing the dishes.
Yeah, we didn't start our tour until like 8:08 was the first recording. We've been there since 7. You want to go ahead and give them a listen? They're only a few minutes long.
Maybe tomorrow. I think I'm gonna call it for tonight, just overall.
It is 11:30 and we are going somewhere early.
It certainly is, and we certainly are.